doom. present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here today on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon, or whatever time it might be, wherever you are right now, whether you're watching this live, and hello chat. I hope you're all doing well, it's great to see you. Or whether you're watching from the future, either in a VOD on Twitch, or on our ever-expanding YouTube channel. Shout out to the YouTube channel. Still posting VODs to that, and hopefully the last one went on without a hitch. But anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza, and if it's your first time here, then an extra special welcome to you. Seems we do have some people for whom it is their first time, like you, Cosmonautical, and Einem, Chromiabot, Rasquatch, and we had a few other new people too. Welcome. Shoot, I've already, part of chat's already gone. But welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So as a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs out in the American West with various museums and other institutions, like the Utah Geological Society. Apart from digging up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now, 5 days a week, I talk about dinosaurs right here on Twitch. This is my means of doing science outreach. This is the best way that I know how to do that, so if you've got questions about dinosaurs, or about broader topics, natural history, evolution, extinction, whatever you're curious about, don't be shy with your questions, and I'll try not to be shy with my answers. It's great to have you here. You know, Q&A is the bread and butter of these broadcasts, so, again, don't be shy with those questions. Today's broadcast, we've got a couple of neat little videos to take a look at, and this is going to be kind of a freewheeling stream. Hopefully there'll be lots of Q&A today, like I said. And hopefully our 3D printer... Uh-oh, it's super dark in there. Let's see if I can turn on the lights here. There we go. Hopefully our 3D printer does okay as well. I had a couple of misprints earlier today, and I'm still kind of troubleshooting this. So, yeah, and man, is it dark in there. Give me a second. Let me see if I can adjust our properties here. Let's configure that video. Uh-oh. And shoot. No, Nope. Well, not today, it looks like. Not today. I'm not sure what the issue is here. It's printing a lot better now that it's got the new nozzle, but there's something else that's not quite right. So I still have to figure out something here. Something is making the edges of the print curl up. And it could even just be a bad batch of filament. You get one of those every once in a while. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's, you know, 3D printers, they require a lot of attention. And yep, this is a brand new file, Golganek. I just rendered this a little while ago, so I don't think it's the file. It's something else. So anyway. But yeah, like I said, we're going to be looking at some videos. Hopefully there'll be lots of Q&A. And you know what? I just realized it is too warm here right now for long pants. So hang on just a moment. I'm going to switch to some shorts. It really warmed up this afternoon here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where I'm broadcasting to you from. It basically does look like this outside right now. I mean, yeah. So give me just a second here. And I'm going to, gonna change it to some shorts. While I'm doing that, let's watch a video on fossilization. Which, whoop. If you ever wanted a step-by-step guide on becoming a fossil, well, this has got you covered. This is a classic. I'm just throwing something on while I throw on something a little more comfortable. So I'll be right back. Here we go.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1. Die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2. Get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment.
There we go.
Step 3.
Now I'm feeling a lot cooler, and I will not be completing step 1 live on stream. I will not be overheating to the point of, anyway, yeah. And we are at 40, wait, what are people talking about? Oh, temperature. Yeah, and I saw that, Claire Burr. Yes, we'll be doing your dinosaur deep dive in just a minute here.
3. Soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
We'll be talking more about this in another video today. But the fossilization process is really important to understand if you actually want to understand fossils on a deep level.
Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yeah.
Step 4. Wait to be exposed.
And that could take tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years.
Sea levels can fall, or rock can erode, and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter, and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Pretty cool. So that was a neat little video that was put together by the Field Museum in Chicago. Produced by the Field Museum, see? Whoop. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. How long does it take for detrita in caves to become fossilized? It depends. Now, if they don't get buried, they won't get fossilized. Yeah. But yeah. Jody Fish says the last step is to be loved by those who come to see you. This is true, Jody Fish. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Rebel Decibel says, Is it believed that dinosaurs grew very fast, contrary to mammals? A lot of dinosaurs did grow very fast. It's not necessarily that they grew that much faster than mammals. Some of them definitely did. But dinosaurs continued to grow for longer, too, than a lot of mammals do. A lot of mammals are done growing after, like, 1 year, basically. Small dinosaurs may have done that as well, but larger dinosaurs would take maybe 2 decades to reach adult size, but they'd be, you know, sometimes quadrupling their body weight in a given year. So yeah. Is this gene gone from modern livestock, Rebel Decibel? It's not one gene that would account for that. It would be a whole host of genes, and modern livestock actually grow extremely fast compared to a lot of other mammals. Like, if you're looking at, say, you know, the noble moo cow grows a lot more quickly than a lot of wild mammals because it's been selectively bred to do that. So yeah, a lot of domestic mammals actually grow pretty quickly. So I hope that answers your question, Rebel Decibel. If you've got follow-ups to that, don't be shy. I'd be happy to answer them for you. But hopefully that's good for now. Cephalon Wolf says, do paleontologists often consult with geologists? Yes. In fact, we often have to be geologists. We do a great deal of geology when we're out doing fieldwork. Paleontology itself is kind of this weird amalgam of geology and biology, kind of mixed together. You know, we're looking at the preserved remains of ancient living things. So it's... you gotta know a lot about living things, you gotta know a lot about rocks and how they form. So yeah, paleontology is certainly a mixture of those two. So yeah. And Gabriel the Fair. Gabriel, it's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Step 0, be an individual from a rather cool or exotic species. Otherwise, nobody's going to be interested in finding your remains centuries later. Talk about, no, mega anno later, you know? Millions of years later. And then putting them in a museum. There you go, Gabriel the Fair, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of luck in that, you know? But it helps if you're from a really cool species. You're more likely to get noticed. But it's subjective who's a cool species and who's not, you know? The exception of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just objectively cool by every metric. Almost. But yeah. And why did dinosaurs get so big? Well, not all of them did, Gemini Woods. We can talk about that. Yeah, and Blob69 says, geology's not perfect. It's got many faults. A seismology joke from Blob69 there. You know who would appreciate that? Might be, well, I don't know if she's into puns, but Rocket Sage is a geologist right here on Twitch. And so is Volcano Doc. And we've got a new follow here. Holy cow. From Gabriel the Fair. Following a little too closely, maybe. Gabriel the Fair, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dinosaurs are always cool. Agreed, Tarquin. Agreed. And, Rebel Decibel says, if alien life fossils were found someday, would it still be called paleontology? Like, if we ever made it to another planet that had fossilized remains of ancient life on that planet, would that still be paleontology? Yeah, you might call that exopaleontology. Like exobiology, but it's fossils instead. So yeah, yeah. Thank you, Golganak. Golganek, that reminds me, I gotta set up my sub goal for the day. This didn't go through properly. Let's set that to 39 instead of 40. Wednesday, science, outreach, sub goal. There we go. That's 39 instead of 40, thanks to your gift there, Golganek, so thank you. Consider that already counted. Appreciate you, Golganek. And enjoy the gift sub there, Gabriel the Fair. Enjoy the emotes. You know, emotes like these, and etc. These and these and these too. And these. They're all there. And you can use them now. Welcome to the community. Anyway, scrolling down. Jody Fish says xenopaleontology. It's a strange that's just paleontology, Jody Fish. Paleontology is weird enough in itself. Xenopaleontology. You know, it's like calling a boat a water boat. You know? Oh, I'm gonna go take the water boat. Xenopaleontology, the study of strange fossils. Yeah, that's like much of paleontology. A little redundant. We would say exopaleontology probably, but I catch your meaning there, Dirty Fish. Yeah. Jacket coat. There you go, Claire. Yeah. And do fossils get found much less in seismically active zones like Turkey? Oh, Rebel Decibel, that's a great question. No, oftentimes you find more fossils in areas like that. It depends. It depends on a lot of things. But if you have a lot of uplift, like often tectonically active zones are also areas where you get a lot of mountains and you get interesting topography like that. And we often find a lot of fossils in areas of exposed rock. The more rock you have on the surface, exposed to the air, the more fossils you'll find. Generally speaking. As long as it's fossil-bearing rock, you know? I don't know of all too many fossils from Turkey itself. But I'm sure there's some very cool fossils from Turkey. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Dinosaur Super World 2? I haven't even seen Dinosaur Super World 1. Is that the one with the Mario brothers in it, Dr. Terra? No, we'll take a look at that, yeah. There are 2 trailers showcasing what's going to show up. Very cool, Dr. Terra, very cool. Yeah. So yeah. And Nell says, if we decide to pursue paleontology, do we cite you as our mentor, Danny? Well, you'd probably have, like, an actual mentor in the field and in research. So, whether they are descended from Cope or Marsh, or maybe, you know, they draw descent from, you know, earlier paleontologists in some other country, then yeah, you'd go with them. But yeah, that's a funny idea, though, Nell. I don't call myself a Copeite. Golganek, thank you for gifting Kirsten Games. Kirsten, enjoy not having to watch the ads for the next 30 days. And thank you, Golganek, for your support. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Yeah. Too close to Copperlight. So that's what I saw that originally, and I'm like, oh boy. What is Nell saying? I had to read a little bit more closely. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And we got a Stegosaur Stampede started by Kirsten Games there. Very nice. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel, fantastic. Excuse me. Fantastic question there. Let me show you a video about that. You know, one of the scientists in the video is unfortunately, you'll have to tolerate him. He's a bit of a dingus. Honestly, you know, this would be funnier if I could pull it up faster. Come on. Ah, goodness. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Rebel Decibel says, question 4, are rare fossils often kept as national treasures, like fine arts, the Mona Lisa, etc.? Or what is the process of owning the thing? That's a fantastic question, Rebel Decibel. And, a lovely opportunity to bring up this little video right here. Take a look.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint.
Ah.
A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shen was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week. Expected to fetch more than £20 million, Shen was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton. The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex called Stan.
That's not some, it's like the vast majority of it. It's like 80% or something is, or just replica bones from another Tyrannosaurus. So they basically took like a handful of dinosaur fossils, of Tyrannosaurus bones from Montana. That's all they could find of the specimen. And then they decided to sell those. Since it's from private land in the US, unfortunately, that's legal. But what was perhaps illegal is that they filled in all the missing pieces with replicas from another individual Tyrannosaurus skeleton. So all these cast bones, replicas of the real bones of another T-Rex who'd been nicknamed Stan. And all of those bones are like, there's a commercial enterprise that basically owns them. And anyway, this would have been a huge legal battle, but basically, like just about anything in commercial paleontology, there was a lot of misrepresentation and some, like, basically outright lies, and it's really shady overall. But anyway, this TV presenter is going to meet a very respectable paleontologist from the UK, and then some dingus from California, too. Here, take a look.
This Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch. So...
What is that? Holy cow. Can be viewed on, huh? Never heard of that before. Interesting.
David, first of all, why does it matter that there's an illegal trade? In what way are they diverted from scientists, and why does that matter?
Yeah, I think you know, these are really important things. They're not just art, and I think that's the problem. That's not to downgrade art in any way.
So this gets into Decibel's question here.
But we're picking up scientific information about our environment, the environment in the past. We can learn about our environment in the future. So potentially really important science can be lost if these fossils like T-Rexes,
all this nodding here,
fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
I would have said something a little bit differently here if I were answering this question today. But yeah, let's listen to his question again. Yeah.
Private individuals.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe a few hundred or a few $1,000s to dig up, you know, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen.
So I was trying to make the case that, yeah, there's only actually a handful of real fossil bones in there, and they're not expensive to dig up at all. Like, we might do an entire field season's worth of work for, like, only a few $1,000s. I've been on field crews before where, like, we had maybe a couple $100 for, like, a week's worth of work. I've been on other crews where we had, like, less than $1,000 to work for, like, a month out in the field. And to bring back, you know, incredible dinosaur specimens. So, yeah, it's ridiculous, the idea that these things should be sold for that amount of money. Just preposterous.
There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million. Paleontologists like me
There you
are
go, Vigilante,
flabbergasted
yeah.
every time
Yeah.
that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Yeah.
Sticking with you, Danny, there was the case of the actor Nicolas Cage, who, into his possession there came a skull. Do you want to describe that and tell us what happened about that?
Sure. There's so many of these cases that it's sort of difficult to keep them separate sometimes. But if I recall correctly, this was a Tarbosaurus skull that Nicolas Cage, I guess, purchased at auction, and that had been illegally smuggled out of Mongolia.
Yep.
You know, this country kind of nestled between China and Russia.
And I can't believe I'm like explaining the concept of Mongolia to a TV audience. Like after I said that, I'm like, did that just come out of my mouth? Holy cow. I hope I don't sound like I'm talking down to anybody. Especially not to the host, you know? But I don't know. Maybe if you were to do a poll of, you know, UK audiences, how many people would actually be able to pick out Mongolia on a map? I don't know. You know, not Montana. There you go, Claire. Yeah. So I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Dinosaur fossils from Mongolia, like Decibel was asking about, they're considered national treasures, you could say. You know, yeah. Some people might feel perfectly comfortable going, we're gonna steal the Statue of Liberty. Man, I used to actually be able to do a Nicolas Cage impersonation. I apparently can't anymore. But anyway, fossils from Mongolia are considered, pieces of natural cultural heritage. It's their collective, natural history. And the fact that so many Mongolian fossils are smuggled out of the country and sold on the black market, and it really is a travesty, Yeah.
A wealth of dinosaur fossils from that country, one of the world's greatest, dinosaur fossil fields. Recently, the people of Mongolia have been trying to kind of take hold of their heritage and make sure that fossils from their country are not being illegally exported and sold. That had happened in the case of Nicolas Cage's purchase. And I believe it was seized by Interpol and actually taken back to the country of Mongolia.
I don't think it was actually Interpol. I looked this up afterward. It might have been the U.S. State Department or somebody, but
where
yeah,
it rightfully belongs.
Yeah,
so I think it's a perfect example of kind of how shady these deals often are. And if you're trying to buy dinosaur fossils, realize that there's a lot of kind of difficult things going on in terms of morality and in terms of law.
It's shady.
These are not smart purchases to make.
Yeah.
David, moving away from this, I think, rather hideous illegal trade.
And I so love that he said this too. I mean, holy cow. So I was really nervous about this interview beforehand. I'm not from the UK. I don't know the intricacies of British politics, but I was aware that Michael Portillo was a very conservative member of Parliament back in the day. And I heard that GB News was fairly politically conservative, almost comically so sometimes. And so what I failed to realize is that this wasn't going to be a show in which I would have to like debate the host and, fight for the honor of science against nonsense. No, he was totally on board with this. This is like a wonderful, pleasant, kind of chirpy Sunday morning broadcast, for people to enjoy over their breakfast and their tea and everything. It's delightful. And like, I was prepared for a fight, and no, I mean, I was so delighted that the host was amenable to the idea of science and this idea that fossils belong to everybody, and that, again, that the illegal trade in fossils is a hideous business, as he said right here. Yeah.
David, moving away from this, I think, rather hideous illegal trade, tell us about the proper use of dinosaur bones. Tell me about your passion. When you're given a skeleton, you're given a bone, how do you react to it and what do you do with it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on T-Rex digs in Montana, which is where
Claire,
Stan
appreciate you.
Shen originally came from, and it's that discovery. I was working for a public institution, so now this T-Rex is on display actually in Los Angeles.
Yeah, the LACM.
And it's that kind of feeling that you're the first person to look at this ever, because there weren't people around when dinosaurs were around, of course. But uncovering something that's 66, 67 million years old, and finding out all that information. And actually, one of the problems with treating skeletons like a sculpture and having it in your foyer of a private company or a private house is that it is just a skeleton. If things are excavated properly, you're looking at the whole environment. You're picking up little bits of information from the sediment around, what the environment was like, what other animals were around, and it's just so much more than just a skeleton.
What David Waterhouse is saying here is this is a paleontologist perspective on a dinosaur skeleton. It's not just the bones itself, it's all the context that surrounds it, you know? When we're digging up a fossil, we're not just, it's not a smash and grab kind of a deal. We're not just yanking the bones out of the ground and, carrying them up back to the museum. No, we're taking very detailed notes. We're making very detailed maps of how the skeleton was laid out. Because there's a ton of information in that. And how the skeleton is laid out can tell us about what kind of environment this was. Is it a fluvial depositional environment? Is this from an ancient river? If it is, and you can figure out which direction the river was flowing and there are missing pieces of the skeleton, you could potentially go and try and find those further downstream. This has happened before. This has actually worked in the field. We're taking, samples of the rock. We're looking for little rootlets and stuff like that are reaching down. We're looking for plant fossils around there. We're looking for any evidence of bite marks on the bones that can be interpreted like in our, the How to Eat a T-Rex paper.
Are once again invaluable.
How to Eat a Triceratops, rather. Sorry.
Set in the distant past there in California. I have been enjoying the past 22 months of all things paleontologizing.
Thank you, TV Roby. Really appreciate your ongoing support, TV Roby. That is extraordinary. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 22 months. Through your ongoing support, I could not do this without generous supporters like yourself, so thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. How to Eat a Triceratops if you're a T-Rex in 4 easy steps. So this is research that was conducted by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, now of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. And by examining a whole bunch of different Triceratops skeletons that were very carefully dug up, according to scientific protocols out in the field, he looked for bite marks on like 30 different Triceratops specimens. And patterns started to emerge. It turns out Tyrannosaurus ate Triceratops by pulling the head off to get to the tender neck meat underneath that neck frill. We wouldn't know about this kind of thing if these fossils were excavated really, really quickly and had been junked up in the process, like you see with so many commercial enterprises. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
It's that whole entire picture. And what we do in Norfolk is, because we don't have any dinosaurs here, but we do have mammoths. As you know, it's one of the best places in the world to find mammoth fossils.
Very cool. Norfolk.
And we encourage responsible fossil collecting. And in the UK, that's not enshrined in law, as would be if you found, say, an archaeological treasure. If you found gold coins, there's laws in place to look after that, the Treasures Act. So we have to do it kind of ourselves, and it's a little bit, think of it like the Countryside Code. There are certain things,
that's a thing in the UK, right?
Cliffs, it's dangerous anyway. We've got sites of special scientific interest where you need planning permission to dig in there. But it's also then about sharing your finds. Take it to the local museum. They're not going to take it off you. They might take it for a while to study, and then you get it back. And that's a good way of doing it.
Let me just go back to Danny for a moment. Danny, in the United States, do you have a proper legal environment to protect these bones and fossils?
It's a little bit complicated here in the United States. unfortunately, if a fossil is found on private land, unfortunately from the perspective of paleontologists, then it's the property of the landowner, and they can do with it what they please. They could donate to a museum, or they could give it to their dog to chew on. Regardless of the scientific importance of whatever, the find might be, ultimately it belongs to the landowner. If it's from private land, if it's from public land, the sorts of lands that I work with, Bureau of Land Management land, state lands, then it belongs to the people of the United States, and it needs to be held in the public trust, held in perpetuity so that scientists can study it and the public can enjoy it. And that's what paleontologists like us think should happen for every scientifically important fossil. They're a benefit to all of humanity. They're part of our collective natural heritage. They belong in a museum.
Danny Anduza and Professor David Waterhouse, happy digging to you both. Thank you very much for being on GB News. Leonardo da Vinci drew it.
Anyway, yeah. Here's a link to that, and from this you can find the YouTube channel if you want to subscribe there. We're trying to, I'm trying to grow this channel a bit on YouTube, trying to bring new people in here on Twitch, trying to expand our locus of science outreach. Locus, not locust. Trying to expand our science outreach reach. So, yeah, feel free to... Unlike on Twitch, when you subscribe on Twitch, it costs money. Subscribing on YouTube just means following. So if you'd like to follow the channel and learn about new VODs, and occasionally I even do, like, long-form videos on, It's been a while since I've done one of those, but anyway. Yeah... Here's a video in which I sit down with somebody who'd never seen Jurassic Park before. And, yeah, let's look at this. Come on. Come on, YouTube. You having server issues?
Well, hey there. This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and today we've got something pretty special planned.
This is from years ago.
Jurassic Park isn't just one of the most popular films of all time. It's also tremendously important as a cultural touchstone and as a piece of paleontological public outreach. That's important to understand.
After all, I like that I picked this as my clip for public outreach. There's some outreach right there. Look at his eyes. Yeah.
After all, as a dinosaur paleontologist, it's my job not just to dig these animals up and to study them, but also to make sure that information from my science is getting to the public. And like it or not, Jurassic Park has shaped the public's view of dinosaurs for a generation. To help explore this idea, I sat down with one of my favorite people in the world who has somehow managed to have never seen this movie before.
She'd never seen it. Holy cow.
Today we are being joined by the lovely and whip-smart Marielle Colvin.
Hi.
So, Marielle, despite being a native Montanan, you were born and raised in Montana, correct?
Yep, 6 generations back.
6 generations, jeez. And yet, you have never seen Jurassic Park, which might be... Tell me if I'm wrong about this in the comments, but that might be one of the most prominent films to ever actually feature scenes in Montana.
A river runs through it.
I've never seen that.
You've never seen it.
I've never seen
I
that.
would say, well, maybe.
I still have never seen that movie.
I don't think it is.
But it's also quite...
Here. It's going to be a very biased poll here. Not a representative sample of the general public, but new poll. Which movie? Let's see. Yeah. Which movie is more well known? Jurassic Park or A River Runs Through It? There's a question mark there. Let's make that a 1-minute poll. We don't want to draw things out too far. But which movie is more well known? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Out of these 2 movies that are feature scenes in the state of Montana. And I'm interesting. Okay. More people than I would guess are selecting A River Runs Through It, which I've never seen before. But yeah. Orchestrand says Jurassic Park had more of a reach than A River Runs Through It. Maybe because the other one has a river running through it, and that tends to decrease your reach. It tends to separate habitats. Can even cause allopatric speciation, you know? A river running through an environment can split that environment in twain. But yeah, even Robert Redford would vote for Jurassic Park. This is victorious. I mean, yeah, there we go. Nothing against that movie. I'm sure it's wonderful. I've never seen it. Allopatric speciation, Claire Burr. Allopatric speciation. It means different environment. Species splitting apart. Anyway. Jurassic Park won with 83% of the votes, so apparently I am vindicated.
Quite famous.
Yeah.
Gave Brad Pitt his start, so.
Okay. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
He used to be a model before he was an actor, wasn't he?
I think so.
Huh. Interesting.
I'm not up to date on my Brad Pitt trivia.
I'm not either. But there is one thing that I'm pretty sure about, and I'm pretty sure that most of the people watching this will be more familiar with Jurassic Park than A River Runs Through It. I'm not shitting on that movie or anything. Just so another interesting thing. I mean, you're pretty legit in the sense that you've actually been on you've participated in a real dinosaur dig before.
Yeah, I brought Mariel on a dig one time.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I almost feel like I'm kind of ruining something really special right here, because if you were to make a Venn diagram of all the people who have actually been on a legitimate paleontological dig before, and people who have seen Jurassic Park, that's like
nearly a circle, as long as you're only counting the people alive today.
Yes, well,
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing there.
See what I said about her being whip smart? There you go.
Participated in a dinosaur dig who have never seen Jurassic Park, and you are one of those people. But you will no longer be after you finish watching this.
Hop in the line.
So we're gonna go ahead and get started and watch the movie, and then we're gonna come back here and talk about it a little bit. See what you think. If you have any questions,
thank you, Claire.
We can talk about that.
Yeah.
Should be fun. So, you ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's do it.
This is my old apartment when I lived in Bozeman, Montana. This is where I lived with 3 other paleontologists, and you can tell by the decor. I've got an elasmosaur paper craft hanging from the ceiling. There's the Megalosaurus jaw right there, which, holy cow. I used to have this up on the wall, and now... Where did it go? Hang on a minute, and I'll find it. Here. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He says, I bet you $1,000 he falls.
Dr. Grant, Dr. Sattler, we're ready to try.
That doesn't look like Montana.
Where did that go? It'll turn up. I had it right over there.
A few more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Anyway, and then we have a long discussion session.
Jurassic Park. I can now remove you from that part, that very thin part of our event program.
Excuse me. And Nell says, I want a chair like that. Yeah, a Papasan chair? Man, somebody's got sharp eyes. So, holy cow. Here's Danny's thrifty tips right here. This Papasan chair, I fished out of a dumpster. College town, you know? If you're ever in need of furniture in a college town, look in some dumpsters, or near some dumpsters, around the end of the semester, and you will find treasures beyond your wildest imagination. Actually, the cushion that it came with was like, it was kind of a Pepto-Bismol pink color, and it had all kinds of stains on it, and I Febrezed that thing halfway to death, but Anyway, after a while, I figured, you know what? I'm living with 3 other paleontologists in this apartment. We're all academics. You know, we're all published in the scientific literature. Why don't we get a new cushion for it? So I got a new cushion for it. I got it at World Market. But, anyway, the actual chair itself, which is the expensive part, I got for free. And then later made critical repairs to it with, duct tape and zip ties. But yeah, that's how you survive as a starving scientist and still have a Papasan chair. So there you go. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Careful, that's how she got bed bugs. Well, Lady Lara Croft. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we had bed bugs in Montana. I feel like they'd freeze to death in the winters. But, anyway. Yeah. And yeah, holy cow. Yeah, the original 1954 Gojira film is incredible, Golganek. It's an incredibly somber film. Wonderful piece of pop culture history. So I'd recommend that. Yeah. Rebel Decibel says, which era of history would you like most to be able to walk and experience, and why? Oh. I might need some clarification on that question, Rebel Decibel. Thank you for asking it. That's a good one. Of course, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm inclined to ask, do you mean during what we call recorded history? So, like, after the invention of writing by humans? Or do you mean at any point in the history of life on Earth from the present all the way back to, you know, the dawn of life on Earth, or even before? Maybe the creation of the universe, the Big Bang. Let me know. Because if it's the latter, if I don't have to just pick sometime in the last, what? When was writing invented? 9,000 years ago? Something like that? I don't know, that would make it tougher. Otherwise, I would want to be around, I think... I'd have to choose sometime during the age of dinosaurs, which is tricky, you know? Yeah. Here is our international chronostratigraphic chart. We'll switch to linear mode. Here's where we are today, 0 million years ago. Here's 66 million years ago when the asteroid struck and caused the demise of the non-avian dinosaurs. But yeah, this is the Mesozoic era, the age of the dinosaurs. It extends about 170 million years. Well, I think it's 188, but dinosaurs first show up right around here. Between, like, the Ladinian and the Carnian stages or epochs of the Triassic period. So yeah, round about 240 million years ago, give or take a few. Right about there is when the first dinosaurs evolved. So I'd want to choose some time between here and the end of the Cretaceous, when the non-avian dinosaurs go extinct because of the asteroid. So yeah. Rebel Decibel says all the way back to when the first walking animals emerged. Okay, great. You know what? If I'm able to return in a time machine and bring my knowledge from then back to the present, I would probably travel back to a time that we don't have a lot of fossils from. Maybe like the Cenomanian stage, Cenomanian epoch of the beginning of the Upper Cretaceous in North America. I would love to see if Spinosaurs actually are running around in the Natarita Formation of Utah and surrounding areas. I would want to know what's going on at the dawn of the Upper Cretaceous. Right here. Because yeah, we don't really know that. And if there's any time that Spinosaurids are going to be in North America, they're going to be there. According to Jim Kirkland. Who I interviewed last summer in Utah, out doing fieldwork with him. I think that would be really cool. I'd want to find, if not then some other time that we've got a big gap in the fossil record and we don't know what's going on then. I want to travel back to that time. Because that's the thing, is that dinosaur paleontology in general is like time travel. You know? We're studying these fossils so we can actually figure out what's going on at these times in Earth history. It really is kind of like time travel. Through intensive study of the rock record and the fossils that it contains, we can figure out what kind of creatures were living back then, what they looked like, how they behaved in some cases, and we can start to piece together what life was like at that particular time in Earth history. So it really is like... I don't know if the phrase makes sense, but it's like analog time travel. It's very, very cool. And if you, as a paleontologist, are able to read those rocks and read the fossils, it really is like hurtling through time back to that age and being able to see what that was like. So yeah, that's my answer. Just tentative answer right now. Shoot me back to the Cenomanian epoch, the early Cretaceous of, let's say, Utah. And I would love to see what dinosaurs were up to at that time, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, but if you forgot the scientific aspect, wouldn't you want to see some cool dinosaur with your own eyes? Well, Rebel Decibel, that's what it's about. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Same answer. Same answer. I'm definitely, at any point in the Cretaceous period, I'm gonna see cool dinosaurs. The Cenomanian stage is, they'd be even cooler because I have no idea what I would say. You know? Yeah. How's that? A cliche answer would be like the Maastrichtian stage at the very end of the Cretaceous period, because then you could see Pachycephalosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus, and Ankylosaurus during the Maastrichtian. But man, I've discovered at least one new species of dinosaur throughout my career so far. I'd love to do another. And if I could see that animal in the flesh, this would be a great stage to do it in. A great epoch there, the Cenomanian. So yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. And Brandington the Third, how are you doing? What kind of paleonts are you ontologizing today? Or paleonts are you ologizing? Brandington, we're talking about all kinds of topics in science, in fossil science there. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, Brandington says, what's your favorite species from, say, the Middle Jurassic? That's a tricky one, Brandington. The Middle Jurassic is a little bit tricky like that. In the Middle Jurassic, we don't have a whole lot of dinosaurs from the Middle Jurassic. I think China might have the best records from the Middle Jurassic. And that might be animals like... It's going to be tricky. I'm going to pull up some dinosaurs here and I'm going to go, oh shoot, they're actually from the early Jurassic. Or they're actually from the late Jurassic. So... let's look up Tuojiangosaurus. Yep, Tuojiangosaurus, this beautiful stegosaur right here, is from the late Jurassic. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's try... Chunkingosaurus. Oh, I guess it's been reclassified into Paranthodon, which... oh boy. Okay, fine. Let's try Huayangosaurus. Huayangosaurus. From the Middle Jurassic. Yeah. Huayangosaurus. That's a good answer. Yeah. Huayangosaurus. Typoed that big time. But that's a pretty decent representation of Huayangosaurus right there. Yeah, try this on for size. Pretty cool critter, Huayangosaurus. For certain. We don't really know what it looked like, but that's a good answer, I think. Oh, I love this illustration here. Beautiful one of Huayangosaurus. Again, we don't really know what this animal looked like because we don't have that much material from it. The Middle Jurassic tends to be pretty paltry. For whatever reason, we don't have a whole lot from the Middle Jurassic. So yeah. And not the Chunky King. Oh no, Braddington, oh no. Kirsten Games has got a great question. Oh wait, no, hang on a second. Cephalon Wolf says Triceratops versus Stegosaurus versus Tyrannosaurus. Who are you putting your money on? Cephalon Wolf. My money is 1,000,000% on Triceratops. And I'll tell you why, Cephalon Wolf. I'm not sure what we're betting on, but Triceratops is one of the most well-known of all dinosaurs. Yeah. There we go. Triceratops is a dinosaur that is so well known. We've got so many specimens of it that we can actually watch it evolve over time, which is like unheard of for a dinosaur. Truly extraordinary. So from the perspective of a paleontologist, looking at these animals and going, who's the most scientifically important? You know, who can we learn the most from? Triceratops. It's like practically, oh shoot, like Jack Horner says, practically every museum in the world has a specimen of Triceratops. That's exaggeration, but, you know, it's an appropriate exaggeration. Triceratops, extraordinarily important dinosaur. We've got so many specimens of it. This diagram right here shows the extent of the Hell Creek Formation in Montana. The last, like, 2 or 3 million years of the Cretaceous period. The asteroid hits right here at the top. The KPG boundary, like you see right there. And at the bottom, it's something like 68 million years old right here. So 68 up until about 67. And then, well, 67 is probably somewhere in here. And then 66 is when the asteroid hits. We have enough specimens of Triceratops nowadays that we can actually watch them evolve over time, which is extraordinary. You can do this with hardly any other dinosaur. There might be like 3 or 4 other dinosaurs in the entire world where you can actually do this. You can watch them evolve over time because we have enough specimens. Normally, most dinosaurs are only known from 1 or 2 specimens. You know, like, a good example might be, I always bring this one up, but here it is again. Carnotaurus. This incredibly popular dinosaur here, Carnotaurus. You've seen Carnotaurus. It showed up in the various Jurassic World movies and toys and other assorted nonsense. It was in Disney's dinosaur movie. You know, Carnotaurus. You know Carnotaurus. There you go, Lenina and Smorphosaurus. Smorphosaurus has got Carnotaurus emotes on her channel. Check that out. Yeah. Everybody knows Carnotaurus. Yeah. So, Carnotaurus, this remarkably famous dinosaur, is known from how many specimens? Anybody want to take a guess? How many skeletons of Carnotaurus do we have in the whole world? Anybody think they know? Ooh. Carnotaurus is a genus of theropod dinosaur that lived in South America during the late Cretaceous period. Probably sometime between 71 and 69 million years ago. Older than I thought. Yeah. Known from a single well-preserved skeleton. We only have one skeleton of this dinosaur. This dinosaur, which is incredibly popular. There's only one skeleton of it in the entire world. One original fossil skeleton. There's many casts and replicas and museums around the world. You can see one in Los Angeles. You can see one here in Prague. Holy cow. In the capital of the Czech Republic. You can see a Carnotaurus skeleton there. Here's one in Los Angeles right here. This is how much we actually have of Carnotaurus right here. This is the extent of what we know of the animal's skeleton. So, you know, we got... It's pretty well preserved, actually. We got the head, the neck, the dorsal, and the beginning of the caudal series, and the sacral vertebrae. We're missing the legs for the most part. We got femurs, and we've got the proximal ends of the tibiae, and maybe a fibula too. But yeah, we're missing all those parts. This is all that we have of this dinosaur, which has become incredibly popular. So yeah. So that's one of the reasons why Triceratops is so incredibly important. We have enough specimens of Triceratops at this point, and we know from where they come in the scientific, like in the geological record right here, unlike Carnotaurus, that we can actually watch them evolve over time. Here's the nose horns of Triceratops, starting off real small, getting slightly larger and larger and larger over time. We can literally watch the evolution of these animals through time. It's pretty extraordinary stuff. That is why Triceratops is so incredibly important. And so that's why I picked Triceratops there, whoever was asking that question. Sorry, I forgot who that was, but thank you for asking a wonderful question here. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah. And X-Phoenix says, don't we have less for Spinosaurus, technically, because of World War II? We do have less for Spinosaurus for a number of reasons. Phoenix. I work on Spinosaurs, actually. This Saturday, I spent, like, almost all day working on a manuscript on this dinosaur, Baryonyx, for publication. This should be out. Hopefully, we can get this submitted in the next month or so. I know it's been a long time, chat. But, yeah. Anyway, Spinosaurus, all the material that gets assigned to Spinosaurus might be from different Spinosaur theropods. It might be from different genera or different species. So, yeah, saying that all of that is from Spinosaurus, we really don't know. Spinosaurus is a mysterious animal. So, yeah. Paleodraw, how are you doing? Welcome, Paleodraw. What's shaking? It's good to have you here. Yeah. So, yeah. And Gabriel the Fair says, so maybe that was one deformed individual, talking about our Carnotaurus here, with some particular mutations from a pretty regular species, and yet we're here talking about Carnotaurus. I mean, that's always a risk that you run, talking about one particular specimen. Give me just a second. Yeah, that's an excellent observation there, Gabriel. So yeah. The thing is, when you look at creatures like Triceratops, for whom we have lots and lots of specimens, and here's the paper, by the way. This is really, really cool. We can actually look at evolutionary trends in this genus of dinosaur, Triceratops, which makes it incredibly important. So yeah. Anyway. And Phoenix says, at least I love him in Ark. I've never played Ark, Phoenix, but I've worked on Baryonyx. It's, Baryonyx, one of the coolest dinosaurs, in my opinion. Yeah. 3D modeling a T-Rex cookie cutter. Oh, very cool, Paleo Draw. That sounds like a lot of fun. Very nice. Yeah. But yeah, whether games like Ark are good representations of the beasts. I've never played Ark, Rebel Decibel, but I can't say that. From what I've seen of the Ark dinosaurs, they tend to be pretty lousy, actually. If you'd like to see a video game with better representations of dinosaurs, then I think you should check out Saurian, actually. Yeah. There we go. Saurian is like an open-world dinosaur video game that features very, very authentic dinosaurs. Actually based on real scientific information. There's their Pachycephalosaurus. Thessalosaurus right there. Beautiful animals. Just really, really extraordinary. We tried to play this game yesterday, but I kept having OBS issues. My streaming software was not cooperating with the game. And, oh boy, yeah. And there's not just dinosaurs in Saurian, there's also crocodilians, and lizards, and more lizards. These are all creatures that lived in the latest Cretaceous Hell Creek Formation. There's a duck-billed dinosaur, Edmontosaurus. They call it Anatosaurus in the game for reasons which elude me. But anyway, Edmontosaurus here. Yeah, the biggest dinosaur in the Hell Creek is Edmontosaurus. There's Ankylosaurus right there. Saurian is a phenomenal game. It's really, really extraordinary. So yeah. Yeah. And you can get it on Steam, okay, to play all day. It's well worth it, in my opinion. It's still in its early stages of development, so, like, there'll be a few bugs here and there, and it's not super polished, but if you want a game where you can walk around and look at other dinosaurs, you play as Dakotaraptor, which is a dromaeosaur. Think Velociraptor, but larger. You know, that's this critter right here, Dakotaraptor. Which, I like to call it the Hell Creek Dromaeosaur, because the genus Dakotaraptor is probably invalid. There's a Caroraptor, another Hell Creek Dromaeosaur, which might be the same thing as Dakotaraptor. Anyway, really, really cool game. Highly recommend you check that out. And if you've got the cash, go ahead and buy it. You will not regret it. It's a really cool little game. Just don't expect it to be like, you know, it's no Grand Theft Automobile or anything, you know, with a huge, huge landscape to explore. It's a little bit smaller than that, but, yeah, it's very neat. And if you want an authentic picture of dinosaurs, this game is about the best you can do. It's really, really extraordinary. So check it out. Saurian. Yeah. We'd play it if I didn't have so many wonderful questions right now. Holy cow. Which Dakota was Dakotaraptor found in? South Dakota. No. Yeah, South Dakota. And is it well understood what happened in Tunguska in Siberia? Yes, Rebel Decibel, yeah. Big bolide impact there. And how those mammoths were found even with stomach contents? That's different. So the Tunguska event is a very different event from the one that froze, excuse me, not fossilized, froze a bunch of mammoths. The mammoths all happened at different times in Siberia. Tunguska was, like, much more recent. Let me look up a video on that. Tunguska event. There we go. There we go. And I've watched this before. Hopefully this is decent. I don't really remember.
Deep in the Siberian forest is the record of an explosion that is 1,000 times larger than Hiroshima.
Yeah, holy cow. Yeah. And we will talk about the La Brea tar pits after this Cephalon Wolf. Yeah, thank you. We still have to get to Claire Burr's Dinosaur Deep Dive, too, on Pinacosaurus, one of the most well-known of all ankylosaurs. Let's watch this first. Very cool.
It was a summer morning in the Tunguska River Basin. A man was sitting on his porch, enjoying...
And so, yeah, this happened very recently, like within recorded history, in like the, what is it, the 1800s? When did Tunguska happen? Anyway, it has nothing to do with the mammoths. It's, yeah. Woolly mammoths walking around in Siberia, they would live and they would die, and some of them would keel over and then freeze in the permafrost there. That's completely separate from this. This is, those mammoths froze thousands of years ago. Tunguska happened in what, like, wasn't it like 1890 or something? 1908. Holy cow, Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you.
The sunlight on his face.
1908.
Suddenly, he was blown backwards out of his chair. And he
Holy
felt as if
cow.
his whole body was on fire. He was 40 miles away from the center of this explosion.
Holy cow. And this would have been a small bolide.
For hundreds of miles around, shockwaves rippled across Europe. The night sky was illuminated for weeks after, and people were able to read their newspapers in the middle of the night from London to Asia. It was 20 years before a scientist was actually able to make it out to the site of this disaster. Leonid Kulik, the chief curator of meteorite collection at the St. Petersburg Museum, made a journey out in 1927. It was an arduous trip. It took forever to get to this remote area in the Siberian wilderness. And what he found shocked him. He found 83 million trees felled in a circular radius covering over 600 miles.
Holy
At
cow.
the center of this, the trees stood straight up, burned to
Yeah.
a crisp, and stripped of their bark and their branches. Locals were at first really reluctant to talk to him. They thought that this explosion had been the work of Agdi, a god who had come down to punish them by destroying
Wow.
their land and their livestock. So 100 years later, there are still
I mean, they would...
questions about exactly what happened.
I suppose they would be right if their god is a meteorite. But yeah, Texas Cryptid, how you doing? Welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Nell, I've already done a La Brea stream. Yeah, I did a La Brea stream in summer of 2021. Nell? It was pretty great. Yeah. And R.I.P. Gooses. Yeah, Dr. Terra. Unfortunately, there may have been a species of goose that was completely wiped out by this event. But, yeah.
So 100 years later, there are still questions about exactly what happened at the Tunguska event. A space object, maybe a comet, but probably a meteorite.
So we don't actually know what the bolide was. When I say bolide, this word, bolide, there you go. That's a term normally taken to mean an exceptionally bright meteor, but the term is subject to more than one definition according to context. Anyway, when I say bolide, I mean it's an object from outer space that falls to Earth. Yeah. Can be a synonym for a fireball or sometimes specific to those with an apparent magnitude. Everything about this is confusing. Holy cow. You wonder why people get confused by, is it a meteor? Is it a meteorite? Is it an asteroid? It is a comet. Is it a bolide? Organize your definitions, astronomers. Holy cow, this is nuts. There's also meteoroids. Oh boy, Lenina, yeah. Stick with giant space rock, but what if it's mostly made of ice, like a comet, Cephalon Wolf? Then it wouldn't be a rock, you know?
the history of life, its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true. Drucifer, it's true. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that very deeply. Welcome back, Drucifer. And yeah, me and you, chatters, are only here because of the, from our perspective, good extinction, or good fortune of the dinosaurs' extinction. And that's because some bolide hit the Earth 66 million years ago. We think it was probably an asteroid that hit the Earth. Asteroid implies that it's pretty rocky. A comet is mostly ice. An asteroid is mostly rock, I think. But even that, I'm a little bit fuzzy on because I'm not an astronomer. I don't... And when you look at sources like this, they just admit right there at the beginning, you know, the term is subject to more than one definition. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know, I remember watching a video with Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he was talking about how astronomers, like, oh yeah, we really know how to name things as astronomers. You know? A black hole. It's a very evocative name. You know what that is. You know? A white dwarf. It's white and it's small. But that's not always true. Holy cow, with the bolide. What does that even mean? Yeah. And Jody Fish says a meteor is the burning bright object falling through the atmosphere, but I've also heard a definition, Jody Fish, that a meteor is it's only the light that meets your eye is the actual meteor. The object itself is the meteorite. I've also heard other people say that the meteorite is the object when it reaches the Earth. Only upon impact does it turn from a meteor to a meteorite. And it's incredibly confusing, you know? Yeah. And Jody Fish says, from what I've gotten in college, a bolide was a meteor that explodes prior to impact with the ground or water. Which, yeah. Oh, boy. And Crystal Misano, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Very weird etymology there. It would be nice to have... You know, astronomers are usually... I'll admit, they're usually pretty good at this kind of thing. Like, apparently there was a meeting of a bunch of different astronomers, and they all voted on whether or not Pluto should be considered a planet, or a planetoid, or a planetesimal, or something like that. And they voted that it doesn't actually fulfill the requirements for being a planet, like the other 8 planets. And they like voted on this. Why can't they do that for these terms, you know? I don't know enough about this to even understand the intricacies here. But they're not helping. This is pretty confusing. Bolide. Oh, boy. Anyway. Yeah. Back to our video here. So a comet apparently is a chunk of ice and rock originating from outer space, leaves a trail of solid debris, the comet's tail, famously. But a meteorite is a fragment of a meteoroid. Wait, what? Is a fragment of a meteoroid or asteroid. Oh, this is so confusing. That passes through the Earth's atmosphere. So it's an asteroid if it's outside the Earth's atmosphere, and then it becomes a fragment of a meteoroid, which becomes a meteorite. Oh boy.
Entered the Earth's atmosphere.
I've literally never heard this term before. Meteoroid. I almost wonder if that is a typo. Because it certainly looks like a fragment of meteoroid or asteroid. I'm guessing that's probably what it is. Meteoroid or asteroid. So what's the difference between an asteroid and a meteoroid? Like, what? No! And holy cow, every time I've been to every time I've talked to an astronomer or a stargazer, somebody who's really enthusiastic about telescopes, I never get a straight answer about this. Rebel Decibel, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Dinosaur.
You got a sharp hearing there. You could hear a dinosaur from several hundred meters, Rebel Decibel. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah. A butcher can tell you they can't work. I don't get that now. Wait, what? Meteoroids are meteors, says Mariner. I'm so confused by this, and this video is not helping. Like, what is this? Is this a typo, or is this an actual term? Meteoroid or asteroid. Is a meteoroid or asteroid a type of asteroid? Or does this mean meteor or asteroid? I don't even know. I hope to sometime soon visit the California Academy of Sciences. No, scratch that. Forget that. Sorry. The Chabot Space and Science Center in Oakland, California. And hopefully there will be somebody there, maybe a working astronomer, whom I can ask this question of, and maybe even get it on video. What is the difference between a meteor, a meteorite, a comet, an asteroid, and a bolide? Because I do not understand the difference, and I'm not sure there is a consistent definition for each of these. You know? Meteoroidonite. Yeah. Hi, Chero. Hi, Hachiro. I have no idea. Holy cow. Yeah. Astro Connect can tell you? We'll see now. We'll see. I don't want to derail Astro Connect's stream. It's always a delicate thing when you're dealing with another streamer on Twitch. I would have to, like, write my question out in advance and then ask, and then I would be afraid that it would derail the whole stream. Because I would be likely to ask the question after a raid in which he's trying to introduce himself and all this stuff, and I... Also, if he doesn't know the answer, like if there isn't a firm definition, I don't want to put him on the spot and have him flub it or something, because maybe there isn't a hard and fast definition, you know? I don't know. I really, really don't know. So, yeah. Oh, boy. I feel like this is one of those things that I should actually do like a YouTube explainer video on, you know, and try and figure that out, because, but I don't know who I would ask. Anyway, we'll figure it out. I don't know.
200 feet wide and probably weighed over 220 million pounds. And
Edobot says an asteroid is a small planet of sorts. What you're describing is like a planetoid or a planetesimal, Edobot, which have their own terms. So it's not a small planet. In which case Pluto would be an asteroid, right? Which it's not. I don't know. I don't know.
Came into the
Yeah.
atmosphere at around 33,000 miles per hour. As it sped towards the Earth's surface, it encountered the pushback, the friction of the atmosphere, which heated it to over 45,000 degrees. And it was at this moment that it exploded. It sent out a shockwave in a butterfly pattern. Imagine an explosion so powerful that it could explode miles above the Earth's surface and still measure as a 5.0.
Holy cow, look at that. Look at that. Look at this radius here.
Miles above.
This is the majority. If this is to scale, which it might not be. I don't know. I don't know if this is actually to scale. But the sound of the explosion would extend over the majority of the world's largest continent, Asia, from the heartland of Russia down into Mongolia. Holy cow! Oh man!
As a 5.0 on the Richter scale. Had it happened over a city, it easily could have leveled an area the size of Tokyo.
And Tokyo is an enormous city. Just by land area, Tokyo is gargantuan. Holy cow. As Americans, we're used to pretty small cities, you know, like even New York City itself is fairly small compared to Tokyo. Holy cow. How many people live in Tokyo? Not Tokyo popular places, Tokyo population, Google. $13.96 million people. That's like, holy cow. That's like a third of the population of California that live in this one city. 847 square miles. Holy cow. San Francisco, you know, my home city here in California. And again, hello from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. San Francisco itself has an area of, famously, 49 square miles. It's the 7x7 city, you know? 7 miles wide, 7 miles high. And to anybody who remembers their times tables from 3rd grade, 7 times 7 is 49. 49 square miles. So Tokyo, 847 square miles. That's incredible. You know? Just astonishing. Yeah. That's 1.5 times the size of Austria, says Curtis. Okay, there you go. Yeah. And Moosey Fate, I'm glad you like the postcard there. Yeah. And the metro area of Tokyo, so that was within Tokyo City proper, I think. The actual city of Tokyo, within its municipal boundaries, is 13.96 million people. But with its suburbs, which I'm sure would be, what? Tokyo, probably Sapporo, you know, maybe Yokohama, maybe other I don't know. Shoot. 37 million people. That's nuts, you know? New York City is 302.6 square miles? Is that true, Jody Fish? Holy cow. I guess San Francisco is pretty small then. Yeah. New York City area. Yeah, holy cow, Jody Fish. Spot on. So yeah. Yeah. So this would have more than wiped out New York City if it had happened there. Holy cow.
Over a city, it easily could have leveled an area the size of Tokyo. And here's the thing. Well, it was relatively rare. Astronomers have done the math, and they think an event like this happens roughly every 300 years. So, depending on probability, we've got another Tunguska event in our near future. Dun dun dun! Subscribe here.
Anyway, yeah. Here's my little pitch here. He's gonna do a... Wait. No, that was it. Okay. Cool. Anyway, the Tunguska event, pretty extraordinary. If you've never seen the film, don't look up. It is honestly the scariest movie I have seen in a long time. This is a movie that gave me nightmares. The movie Don't Look Up. And it's not because it's like a horror film. It's not. It's a comedy. But holy cow, this, as a scientist, this film absolutely gave me nightmares. And it... Yeah. Here we go right here. It's also a film that that made me realize that, holy cow, Leonardo DiCaprio is a good actor. I never liked him before this movie. I'm always like, I don't believe him in this role. It's Leo DiCaprio in every movie. But suddenly he plays a scientist, and it's like, holy cow, I see my colleagues in him. He did a phenomenal job in this movie, and you know what? He is a good actor, and I was wrong. So yeah, I don't know. This film had quite an impact on me, but I completely believe him and Jennifer Lawrence as scientists here. Yeah, holy cow.
This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. This isn't happening. Kate, tell me this isn't really happening.
I hear there's something you don't like the looks of.
We discovered a very large comet.
Oh, good for you.
It's headed directly towards Earth.
This comet is what we call a planet killer.
And hang on, Ex-Mariner says, Danny, I saw They Might Be Giants last night. Oh, awesome, Ex-Mariner. I hope it was great. Lady standing next to me tried to get them to play I'm a Paleontologist, but no luck. Oh, well, Mariner, maybe next time. And you know, if we get a hype train up to a level 5, like, look. We've got 1 out of 39 gift subs so far on today's stream. If we want to continue to have paleontologizing streams, let's start meeting some of these.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Ex-Mariner. Very nice. Getting us there, potentially. But, yeah, if we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs, and I'll play you I'm a Paleontologist on the ukulele. So, yeah. Golganik says we've at least 2. That's why it's 39, and we've already had 1 done, because Golganik, I think you gifted a sub at the very beginning, and that's why it's 39 instead of 40. But, yeah. Anyway, I do this full time, everybody. I could not afford to do this without your support, so, you know. Being a science streamer on Twitch is being part scientist and part subway busker or street performer, you know? Putting out my hat onto the sidewalk and...
Enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
An elusive deer, thank you. Thank you for the 2 months of support, elusive deer. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. And it is like public radio, Claire Burr.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Thank you, Ex-Mariner. Thank you. Very, very much, Ex-Mariner. We're now at 3 out of 39. So yeah. One of these days I'm going to switch from whether or not we get a hype train, which can be fickle, it can be arbitrary. I'll switch from that heralding ukulele songs to our sub-goal heralding ukulele songs. But yeah, we'll see. I appreciate you, Ex-Mariner. I really do. Yeah. And Gabriel the Fair says all those extremely rare dinosaur fossils in the background. Coming certainly from some black market auctions financed with Twitch subs. Very funny, Gabriel the Fair. That might be a plausible idea if it were not for our 3D printer here. I printed all of those live on stream, and then we assembled them live on stream. So yeah, 3D printer is currently on the fritz. I'm working on fixing it. But yeah. Anyway, and thank you, Elusive Deer, for the community gift sub there. Really appreciate you, Elusive Deer. Thank you. Holy cow. So yeah, and we're close to a hype train here. Holy moly. Yeah. Why didn't it start the train? I don't know, Claire Burr. Again, like I said, hype trains can be a little bit fickle. I don't actually know how they work. No worries, Claire. Yeah. We probably need one more. So yeah. And Kirsten Games, we'll get to that in a minute. So many animals in the Brea tar pits. Well, one of the clues is the animals that we have in the Brea tar pits, but we'll get to that. Anyway. Let's look at this trailer first real quick. Yeah. I don't know. It's not often that we watch like a movie trailer here on Twitch.
This is not real. This isn't
on my channel. But this had a big impact on me.
I hear there's something you don't like the looks of.
We discovered a very large comet.
Oh, good for you.
It's headed directly towards Earth.
This comet is what we call a planet killer.
At this exact moment, I say we sit tight and assess.
Sit tight and assess?
Sit tight.
And then assess. The sit tight part comes first, then you gotta digest it. That's the assessment period.
This is the worst news in the history of humanity. He just blew us off.
What are we gonna do?
I had nightmares for weeks after watching this.
Our guests today have made a pretty big discovery in space.
How big is this thing, though? Like, can it destroy my ex-wife's house? Is that possible?
There's a 100% chance that we're all going to die.
Hey.
Well, the handsome is
Tyler Perry there.
back anytime, but the yelling lady, not so
much.
We're gonna get the news out there, one way or another.
It's real and it's coming.
Jesus Christ, you could have just called me.
This comet contains $30 trillion worth of material.
What do trillions of dollars matter if we're all gonna die?
Oh, no, what if we're rich?
That would be terrible.
You guys discovered a comet? I have a tattoo of a shooting star on my back.
Oh, that's terrific.
This is all radio.
Oh boy. Yeah.
You know that girl from Live TV said we're all gonna die?
No.
You'll never take me alive!
Yeah, anyway. Holy cow.
It's way towards Earth. Can you see it?
I can't. My head is in a bag.
I did have the FBI put that bag over your head. They don't do that. The CIA does, but I made them do it.
You know, I had a feeling.
It's a good feeling because that is what I did, and it was very funny and cool.
Anyway, it was on Netflix. So if you have Netflix,
Living creatures from the
you should
dawn
watch
of
it.
time.
Holy cow, Buttercup E!
Lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Buttercup E, thank you. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Buttercup and Raiders. 80 million years ago. Bishaloon and Covelo29, thank you for the follows. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Sergio Loquijo, gracias por seguirme. Thank you, Dakota13 and Moncortizas. Gracias por seguirme. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Argua Pentel, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, everybody. Holy cow, first and foremost, Buttercup, how did your stream go? Hope it was wonderful. Thank you for bringing everybody here. I genuinely, earnestly appreciate that. Welcome. For anybody who's new here, like all of you new followers, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you could probably guess looking at my office here. I work on dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western United States. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days out of every week. Every weekday here on Twitch. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs, then don't be shy about that. And thank you, Arthur Caracol de Bruselas. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. I don't speak Portuguese. Lo siento. Catalan revenge. But good afternoon to you too. Buena tarde es como buenos tardes, ¿no?
Living dinosaur.
And Scotty Bullman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. It's Catalan. Oh, lo siento. No hablo catalán. Ay, lo siento. Soy americano de California. I'm streaming to you de los Estados Unidos en la Bahía del San Francisco in California. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and this is where I stream from. So it's wonderful to have you here. Y soy puertorriqueño. Soy latino, soy puertorriqueño. Mis ancestros son de la isla de Puerto Rico. Pero soy americano. Pues no, mi español no es tan bueno, lo siento. La esposa de mi papá es de El Salvador, in Centroamérica. Obviously, her Spanish is a lot better than mine. I don't know. I grew up speaking un poquito de español, you know, en la casa. Pero, I don't know. I moved to Montana after high school, as you'll see in this welcome video, and I lost most of my Spanish, so... Anyway, Hofario, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Did I already thank you? Muchas gracias, Hofario, por seguirme. Un acento muy bonito. Es una pena que no la practicaras. Sí, claro que sí. Moncortizas. Y lo siento. Ay, tengo dolor de este. Anyway, I'm going to introduce you good folks to a friend of ours, whom we like to call Previously Recorded Danny. He's going to introduce you to this channel and the concept of doing paleontology here on Twitch. We like to call him, se dice, Previously Recorded Danny. Se llama Previously Recorded Danny. And he's going to tell you a little bit about this channel, about who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place. And so, here he comes. He's going to fill you in there. Previously Recorded, Danny. Now's your time to shine.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution, and with my old boss, than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota.
Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Yutyrannus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurus. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Buttercup E. Buttercup, thank you so much for your remarkable raid. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. And I'm looking forward to an email from you, too, to talk about science. So, yeah, good stuff. Anyway, everybody, I'm Danny. I work on dinosaurs. I dig them up. And now I stream 5 days every week here on Twitch. This is me trying to fight the good fight as a scientist on the internet, reaching out to the public, talking to people about science, and all that good stuff. So let's get to some questions that we had here. We had one question that actually kind of incorporates some Spanish into it, isn't it? La Brea. La Brea. Brea. No, lo siento. La Brea. The tar. We had a viewer who was interested in the La Brea. Well, when you say the La Brea tar pits, if you translate that to English, that would be the tar pits. It's very redundant. So, the pits at La Brea. How did so many creatures, so many Ice Age mammals, find their way into the La Brea tar pits? What is up with this? Why do we have... I'm trying to find you a decent size image here. So many different Ice Age mammals finding their way into these tar pits here. You know, we've got giant ground sloths, like these guys. We've got mastodons and mammoths. We've got saber-toothed cats. We've got big pterotorns, these big scavenging birds. And this is not even to mention the dire wolves that are the most common creatures in La Brea. Wow. Let's see if... There we go. Trying to find you a decent video here. From SciShow. This might be halfway decent. Let's take a look
It may not seem
at this.
a long way towards supporting science. Our creatures.
Nell. Oh, Lilith Hobo, thank you. Thank you, Lilith Hobo, for the 500 bits. Muchas gracias. I appreciate that very much. And Give Them Nell, thank you for gifting a sub to Moncortizas. Muchas gracias, Nell. I am grateful. Thank you very much. So yeah. Let's take a look at this video right here. Usually SciShow does pretty good stuff. So let's take a gander at this.
No expense.
And thank you, Lenina. We're now at 6 out of 39 gift subs.
In that brief moment,
Delta Rain.
are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Delta Rain, 19 months of support from you. That is a tremendous amount of time, Delta Rain. I appreciate you. Delta, when's the next time you're streaming? We might have to raid in. But it's great to see you here, Delta. And I heard you're going to be competing in that game show on Bennett Starr's channel about video games. Everybody, can we get a shout out for Delta Rain? And, well, we've already got one for Delta Rain. Also for Bennett Starr. But Delta Rain. This is really good stuff. Let me see if I can find that real quick before we jump into this Tar Pits video. Slash Bennett Starr. There we go. Yeah. Videos. No, stop. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So, last night on Bennett Starr's channel. And shoot, I can't make this smaller, can I? It's a VOD. Darn it. But, there was a really cool game show that Bennett Starr made, and there we go. Delta Rain is going to be a contestant on this. It's called, Actually is the name of this game show, as you can see up there at the top. And Delta Rain is going to be a contestant on it next. So, see her wipe the floor with these other two contestants. Delta, I think you're going to win. Yeah. So yeah, it's a game show about video game trivia, about specific video game knowledge.
Make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave.
Let's get the train rolling, laughing face.
I assume you meant train. Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the 1,000 bits of support. I really appreciate that, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. So yeah. Anyway, go follow Delta Rain so that you can be notified of when this is going to take place, because it's going to be good stuff. And there's an actual photographic photo picture of Delta Rain right there. You know? This is... And this is also what Bennett Star looks like. Ignore this. This is fake. This is what Bennett Star looks like. There's Queen of Pockets, Meat Lauf, and Delta Rain.
The odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate.
And holy cow.
To actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
This is true, Layer T. Thank you for contributing to the hype train there, Layer T. Really appreciate you. Anyway, go follow Delta Rain and follow Bennett Star. Ios, a member of my own stream team, was a contestant on the first edition of this game show last night, and she did tremendously well. Where is she? There's Ios right there, and Ios won handily last night. Holy cow. She finished with, I think, 9 points? 8 or 9 points? The other contestants had 4 each. So yeah, Ios really won. Here she is eating a celebratory donut. Right here. There we go. And she deserved it. Yes, indeed. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. So, Delta Rain, I fully expect you to win, too. I got my money on you, Delta Rain. It's better than betting on the ponies, you know? So there we go. Anyway. Welcome, Delta Rain. Sometimes mod of the Paleontologizing channel. Go follow Delta if you like chill streams and video games. And I remember watching an episode of He-Man with Delta Rain. It was like the He-Man Christmas special or something, and it was bonkers. And it was one of the most fun times I've had on Twitch in a long time. So go follow Delta Rain. It was so good. You've been watching Unsolved Mysteries, really? Did they have a Loch Ness Monster episode, Delta Rain? Because if they do, let me know when you're streaming that. Because I want to be there. The Loch Ness Monster is a particular interest of mine. I don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster, but as a cultural phenomenon, I find it intensely fascinating. So yeah. See the alien and ghost stories? Yeah, I know. Yeah. But if they have a Nessie one, you let me know, Delta. I'd love to be there. Anyway, speaking about something that is actually grounded in scientific fact, is this right here, this SciShow little clip about the La Brea tar pits, La Brea, in Los Angeles.
On the Caribbean island of Trinidad, there is a huge oily lake made from millions of tons of asphalt, and it contains the remains of lots of unlucky creatures. But it's not just a pond of pavement or death. In fact, this pool of oil and dirt has taught us a lot about life, from what it might look like elsewhere in the universe to how we can save what we have here on Earth. Pitch Lake is the largest naturally occurring asphalt lake on the planet. And I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, there's more than one? Well, there isn't a ton of competition for the title. We only know about a handful of such lakes. Still, they've gained something of a reputation as places of doom and destruction.
And Buttercup E says, OMG, is this in Español?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
No, Trinidad. Travel the world. You can see that here. Travel the world. I'll give you the link right here. You don't even have to fret about that. Here is that VOD. Right here. Can I include a timestamp in this? Maybe not. But anyway. It's right here on Bennett Starr's channel. And there's iOS right there. So here is that VOD. Go to 3 hours in and you'll find it. Travel. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue our video here.
Well, there isn't a ton of competition for the title. We only know about a handful of such lakes. Still, they've gained something of a reputation as places of doom and destruction, and for good reason. Instead of water, the liquid in Pitch Lake is mostly oil, what chemists call hydrocarbons. And according to one theory, the lake formed when one tectonic plate forced its way under another. That pushed oil deposits upward from the bowels of the earth. The lighter components of the oil floated to the top and evaporated, leaving behind a heavy slick which mixed with water, mud, and other things in the surrounding environment to form a dark, thick sludge. That sludge also happens to be a balmy 32 to 56 degrees Celsius. And over millennia, it has served as a kind of natural trap for wildlife.
So this is why we have so many different critters in the tar pits at La Brea. It formed what we kind of call a predator trap, and I think he's going to talk about this. Yeah. Deltarain says, oh, here we go. Yeah, goop. Let's get gooped up, Claire Burr. Natural fly paper, except the flies are saber-toothed cats and more commonly dire wolves, formerly known as Canis dirus. Now they've been reclassified into a different genus. What is it? Aerocyon dirus? Somebody look up dire wolf. Pull up the Wikipedia page.
A lot of the lake is solid enough to sustain a person's weight. Other parts are more like quicksand. And in those spots, unwary animals can get stuck and sink, something which has happened a lot. Lots of fossils and skeletons and even archaeological artifacts have been removed from the muck in pristine condition, since the sticky goo prevents them from decomposing or being degraded by the elements or scavengers. In fact, such finds are what Pitch Lake's smaller cousin, the La Brea tar pits in California, is famous for. But don't let that fool you into thinking asphalt lakes are giant pools of death. Even though there's very little water or oxygen in its, quote, waters, Pitch Lake is actually teeming with life. For example, one 2011 study published in the journal Astrobiology found 10 million organisms can live in a single gram of sludge.
It's very carbon rich, isn't it?
That's about half of what you'd get from, say, a gram of water from one of the Great Lakes in Michigan. It's still a lot of microbes, and we're not talking about just one type of organism either. Genetic sequencing revealed an incredible diversity of bacteria and other microbes living within the asphalt, and around 30% of the species were previously unknown to science.
That's nuts. Holy cow.
That was not what excited the team most. See, the reason this study was published in the journal Astrobiology instead of a regular microbial journal is that there are lakes on other worlds which look a heck of a lot like Pitch Lake, specifically the ones on Saturn's moon Titan. Previous studies had already suggested
I didn't know this.
Lakes may check many of the boxes for sustaining life, with one main exception: there's not enough water. The lakes are full of hydrocarbons like methane instead, so it was thought that life simply couldn't survive in them. But
Dinosaur Dave says, yep, interesting.
Lots of hydrocarbons seem to be no issue for Pitch Lake's microbes. So their mere existence suggests it's possible there's life on Titan too. Of course, there's still some liquid water in Pitch Lake, which is warm, and that's not necessarily true of Titan's methane lakes, which are very cold. And there's a big difference between an environment that's able to sustain life and having life arise in it. Still, even if Pitch Lake's microbes aren't a preview of life on Titan, they have a lot to offer their fellow Earthlings. They could help us combat infectious diseases, for example. In a 2018 study, researchers were able to isolate cholic acid derivatives from a Pitch Lake bacterium, molecules generally used to prevent other bacteria from growing. So Pitch Lake's microbes could help us develop new antibiotics, which would be very helpful given that lots of nasty things are becoming resistant to the ones we have. And in addition to saving lives, studying the flora of Pitch Lake could help save the environment. A 2014 study published in Science analyzed minuscule water droplets from the oils of Pitch Lake and concluded that they contain microbes which actively eat the hydrocarbons in their surrounding environment.
Oh boy, but this idea that like, oh yeah, we should cultivate these bacteria that eat oil so that we can deal with our oil problem and oil spills and stuff like that. It's like, holy cow, just stop drilling oil. Just yeah.
Other studies examining the soils next to the lake have also found bacteria that dine on these oils, which is very good because hydrocarbons are notoriously difficult to break down.
Yeah,
Taken
leave that
together,
stuff
these
in the
results
ground.
could have implications for cleaning up oil spills, whether they're on land or in water. Scientists could, for example, introduce oil-eating bacteria to an area to remove a spill more efficiently. And they may not even need the bacteria themselves. It might be possible to isolate the enzymes the microbes use to digest hydrocarbons and use those to develop a way of cleaning up oil on a much larger scale.
This is all terribly fascinating, but
sound to you like an ideal vacation spot, it's a pretty great thing that so many microbes disagree. And by studying the organisms that think a large hot lake of asphalt is prime real estate, we can learn a lot of useful things and maybe even get a glimpse of what awaits us on other worlds. If all this talk about life in places like Titan has you itching to learn more, I have good news for you.
I'll give you the link if you want to learn what his good news is. It's got to be some sort of like sponsorship deal with some documentary company or something like that. But here we're going to talk about the La Brea tar pits. Like, what's up with the pits at La Brea, and how did so many critters get stuck in there? Oh, this is... I'm trying to find you a decent video about this, and it's...
You're looking...
Oh, well, this is how those bones are extracted. Hopefully, there's some explanation about how they were trapped there in the first place, but let's take a look.
Giant sloth pelvis being chipped out of
Yeah.
the Brea tar pits. It's been hiding here in Los Angeles, perfectly preserved for anywhere from 25 to 45,000 years. Scientists have spent more than a
So, not a long time. You know, that's practically last Thursday, geologically speaking. You know?
century excavating some 4 million specimens from the pits. But why keep adding to an already huge collection? Because each new fossil helps fill in the gaps on a 50,000-year timeline of life in the region, spanning to the end of the Stone Age. We went to the,
How's the volume?
tar pits to
Can you hear
see
this?
how specimens are discovered, cleaned, and
Don't use a dinosaur skull for this. Oh, no. What? This is like clearly supposed to be a Tyrannosaurus skull, but they somehow left out the nostril, the nares, right there. It's oh my goodness. You could use, holy cow. Shoot. I mean, this is right here. Another extremely charismatic animal. The saber-toothed cat. Smilodon. Calcaniformis. The state fossil of California. Everybody would recognize this. It's right there. Just use this. Like, what? Anything mammalian. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. It's not a weirdly convergent mammal. No mammals look like that.
No expense.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Inzenberry.
And thank you, anonymous gifter, for that anonymous gift. You were as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you, anonymous gifter. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. But could you ask for a more charismatic, more interesting-looking skull than this? I mean, holy cow, it's there from the La Brea tar pits. It's from La Brea. And instead they got to use a Tyrannosaurus skull. An animal that died out 66 million years before La Brea. That's nuts, you know? Yeah. And Nell, that's not what that means. No. No. That means that that person wished to remain anonymous.
Pieced together to build that record.
Yeah.
The process kicks off with a sticky scavenger hunt.
Again, why not use a Smilodon skull? It's so easy. Whoever was producing this video dropped the ball majorly here. I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful video, and it's like this is just sticking out, taunting us. You know, saying, hey, hey. This might be a really well-produced video, but we really didn't care enough to make it a mammal instead of a dinosaur that died out 66 million years before. Oh, boy. Yeah.
There are around 130 pits at the tar pits, which is technically a misnomer.
We don't technically have tar, we don't naturally have pits.
Yep, it's liquid asphalt is what it is, which is a mixture of naturally occurring petroleum, oil, that mixes with sand to form asphalt. And it's really more of like a big blob. It's not really pits, but yeah.
What we actually have is asphalt, which is the crudest form of naturally occurring oil.
Yep.
Some tar pits are still connected to their oil source, like this one.
Yeah.
So right now I'm in pit 91, which was the 91st pit.
Makes sense.
Naming schemes.
Others become disconnected from their oil source and dry out.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Chunks of the deposit are easier to move into separate boxes for excavation.
Right now I'm in box 13, which is 13 of 23, as you might be able to guess. This particular box has easily tens of thousands of fossils in it.
The
Yeah.
excavation process isn't as simple as pulling a bone out of some goo.
So sometimes I'll find a fossil and be able to excavate it out in like 15 minutes. And sometimes I'm looking at a fossil for several months. Definitely not dreaming about it, teasing me.
Take the saber-tooth cat skull, which has been weeks in the works.
There you go.
On 16 years of experience, Laura can estimate how many fossils are in a given deposit. To start her search, Laura first sets up a makeshift grid. This will help Laura keep track of where and in what position fossils are found, since the asphalt is too dense for traditional radar to provide initial images.
Yep. Just like in, you know, when we're digging up dinosaurs, you can't just like, you know, everybody remembers that scene from Jurassic Park, right? Yeah. Anyway, you'll remember this scene from Jurassic Park, right? And apparently there's no sound. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So you remember the ground penetrating radar part, or sonic imaging, whatever you want to call it? Yeah. You remember this part, Delta Rain? Yes, of course. Yeah. So this is a technique that was actually tried in the 1980s. Turns out it doesn't actually work. Basura. It's garbage. Doesn't work. We don't use this. This is not a thing. Failed experiment. And very funny, Gabriel. Gabriel with the callback here says, no, that's actually a scene from A River Runs Through It. There you go, Gabriel. Appreciate you, Gabriel. Yeah. Oh, boy. So this does not actually work. It turns out that the density of the bone and the density of the surrounding matrix, the rock around it, is the same. So we can't actually use this kind of technology, you know, to image dinosaur fossils in the ground. Doesn't work. It just doesn't. You know? Yeah, River of Nonsense runs through it. There you go, Delta Rain. So that's what this gal was saying right here. Yeah. Here.
To start her search, Laura first sets up a makeshift grid.
Yeah.
This will help Laura keep track of where and in what position fossils are found, since the asphalt is too dense for traditional radar to provide initial images.
Yep. Traditional radar. You don't use traditional radar to look inside of liquid asphalt or preserved. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. It's not like we can just shoot sound waves through this and then make a beautiful image of all of the bones there in 3D. I suppose maybe you could try and load the whole thing into a giant CAT scan machine, but even that might not work particularly well because there's all kinds of other crud and junk in there too that might be easily mistaken for bone. So you got to do it the old-fashioned way. This is, man, we see this again and again in paleontology, you know? But yeah. It's like LiDAR uses lasers, so that's only surface topography, Buttercup. That wouldn't work with that. No. Yeah. Anyway, as opposed to an old way which involved dynamite. There's multiple old ways, not all of them involve dynamite, gal. Oh no.
It's eyeballs and elbow grease.
Yeah, eyeballs and elbow grease. I love that. I really like that. Eyeballs and elbow grease. So you take out your eyeballs, and then you grease them on your elbow, and then you rub them on the... No, I'm kidding. You look at it with your eyeball, you keep it in its socket, preferably both of them in your sockets.
There's a dinosaur.
Vapor Sauna, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And elbow grease, for those non-native English speakers, elbow grease refers to manual labor. El laborio manual. Yeah. Yeah.
For traditional radar to provide initial images.
It's eyeballs and elbow grease.
Then she begins the meticulous process of carving the skull out of the matrix that encases it.
If I am confident that I'm not going to find fossils, I'll have things like hammers and chisels.
Yeah.
I'll be able to get in there and move some of those things away.
This is...
And, huile de cold in French. Elbow oil, Matt Pie. Thank you, Matt Pie. I appreciate that. I don't speak any French. So thanks for teaching me something. Huile de cold. Yeah. You tried to rub your eyes with your elbow and you couldn't do it, Winja? Try harder, Winja. Sorry, don't try harder. I'm trying to be silly here.
Is where it gets
anyway.
Tricky. Asphalt
And Freya's Fury says, wait, what do I call the oily substance that I excrete from my elbows? Freya's Fury, you might want to see a doctor about that. Consult your physician. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Unless you're talking about the sebaceous oil that all of your skin excretes. Yeah.
Actually protects the bone's organic matter. This also makes them more fragile.
And Gabriel the Fair says, all right, I'll add something to it as well. Olio de gomito in Italian. Really? Is this a term, elbow grease, that is consistent across at least 3 languages? English, French, and Italiano? Color me surprised. Wow. Verator, thank you for the raid.
And their 40 raiders came here to experience poultry in motion.
Poultry in motion. There you go. Martin Hoke, glory to science indeed. Welcome, Martin Hoke. And welcome, Verator CZ and raiders. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's so great to have you here. Holy cow. Welcome, raiders. How are you all? This is wonderful. How are you doing? It's so good to have you here. Holy cow. Vedator, first of all, how was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for helping us further our goal of science outreach here on Twitch. My name is Danny Anduza. Whether you're new or whether you're coming for the millionth time, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm so glad you're here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs with various museums and other institutions across the American West, all for scientific purposes. Not for fortune and glory, but for science. And I work on dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs, or about broader topics like the philosophy of science, natural history, extinction, evolution, don't be shy with those questions. That's what I'm here for. We were just watching a video about excavation of fossils at La Brea in Los Angeles, the famous tar pits at La Brea. So yeah, good stuff. Yeah. And I suppose you could say that, Claire Burr. Yes, yes indeed. I like that, Claire. You could call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. And I'm only able to do this because of generous contributions from this community, so thank you, everybody. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and it belongs in a museum. Yes, indeed, Freelancer.
That belongs in a museum.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, Freelancer. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Nell had... Was this a Dutch translation of elbow grease? What was that? Nell says... Elleboog vet said... Elleboog vet. Elbow grease. Interesting, Nell. Interesting. Yeah. You know, we're talking about this, of course, because of this video right here. Yeah. And I goofed this up when I was pressing those soundboard buttons. So, yeah. This is what the excavation of fossils at the tar pits actually looks like. Tar pits being kind of a misnomer, but we'll ignore it. Anyway.
So sometimes I'll find a fossil and be able to excavate it out in like 15 minutes. And sometimes I'm looking at a fossil for several months, definitely not dreaming about it, teasing me.
Take the saber-toothed cat skull, which has been
very cool
in the works.
And hang on a minute. What is that? Can I picture? Is that the sagittal crest right there? This is the top of the skull. Then we've got the orb. I've got a saber-toothed cat skull right here. This... Looking at this right here, this looks like the sagittal crest on the top. This crest right along here. But I don't know if... It could be. It could be. This could be a juvenile saber-toothed cat where the crest is not as well developed and the... You know, that sagittal plane there. Top part will be a little bit closer to the orbit, the eye socket. Right here. Very well could be. I bet you that's what it is. Again, I'm not a mammal guy, but I don't know of any other long, thin parts on a Smilodon skull
Those claws on the wings
that would correspond to that.
Invaluable.
And Yogurt Garrel, 22 months. Yogurt Garrel, thank you, thank you.
40D Paleobirds are Dinos 2, Paleobirds are Dinos 3.
For your ongoing support, Yogurt Garrel. I appreciate that tremendously. How are you, Yogurt Garrel? I hope we didn't throw you off too much with our raid last night, but it's great to see you, Garrel. Welcome back. Yeah. Great stuff. And you're very welcome, Yogurt Garrel. Hey, I hope you won at Tetris. I wasn't able to stick around long enough to see, unfortunately, but I hope you're doing great, Garrel. It's great to see you. Thank you for your continued support. 22 months. That's a long time to support science outreach here on Twitch. So Yogurt Girl, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Holy moly. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Bob Walker does not work in the Bay Area now. Bob Walker's in Houston, Texas. Last I heard, Nell. He's finally settled down. After getting kicked out of multiple museums, he's now in Texas, in Houston. But yeah, anyway, thank you, Garo. Yeah. And Freya's Fury's got a great question. How long does it usually take for a fossil to get to from a bone to a fossil? That's an excellent question, Freya's Fury, and there's a big gray area there. We don't actually have a definitive answer. You're talking about the difference between a subfossil and a fossil. We'll talk about that in a few minutes, I think. After we finish this video right here. So yeah, and there you go, Linnea. What's the name of the museum up near San Fran? Nell, this is where I was yesterday. Shoot. Yeah. Here we go. The University of California.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
D. Paco, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button, D. Paco. This is me at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. In Berkeley, California. Yeah, here's some Triceratops skulls. Right here. So yeah. Anyway. Anywho. And at Clairburg, not almost downtown Los Angeles. Coffee Rocks wanted to know where in California are the tar pits? They are literally in downtown Los Angeles. Yeah. In fact, I bet you I can show you. Let's pull up Google Earth here. Cross your fingers it doesn't crash the stream. But, Google Earth Pro. Let's try this out. And here is our own Earth, as it appears today via satellite images. They're right there in the heart of downtown LA, Wilshire Boulevard, in Los Angeles, California. Gonna zoom in here. And there you go. Literally in the heart of downtown LA. So, like, there's all these high-rise buildings around them. Oh, this is so cool. So I actually was able to do a live stream from here in August of 2021. And, yeah, they're literally... Here's the tar pits right here. There's Wilshire Boulevard, major thoroughfare in Los Angeles. And, what are they building here? What? Art Research Library. I hope they're being real careful with any potential fossils in here. Holy cow. But that is literally in the heart of LA. So, like... Downtown LA with all the big buildings is... Well, that's Koreatown. Where's the big buildings? I think those are over here. Yeah. The high-rises. There's the LA skyline. So it's like maybe a mile from there. It's literally in the heart of downtown LA. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. SB Harkin says, when I was a kid, I thought tar pits were under everything. I mean, there's going to be other places around here that you'll probably have Pleistocene fossils, but, anyway, yeah. Let's continue our video here, talking about the tar pits. Yeah.
Based on 16 years of experience, Laura can estimate how many fossils are in a given deposit. To start her search, Laura first sets up a makeshift grid. This will help Laura keep track of where and in what position fossils are found, since the asphalt is too dense for traditional radar to provide initial images.
It's eyeballs and elbow grease.
Yep.
Then she begins the meticulous process of carving the skull out of the matrix that encases it.
If I am
So the matrix is all the junk rock around it. That's what we call matrix in paleontology.
confident that I'm not going to find fossils, I'll have things like hammers and chisels that I'll be able to get in there and move some of those things away.
This is where it gets tricky. Asphalt actually protects the bone's organic matter. This also makes them more fragile than traditional stone fossils.
Around the fossils themselves.
Stone fossils, what we call true fossils. Fossils that are actually permineralized. These, strictly speaking, you'd probably call them subfossils, because they're not actually, they haven't had their, like, organic material replaced by minerals in the way that, like, true fossils have been, you know?
We'll start with very small tools, something like this dental pick, which, yes, is sourced from local dentists. Thank you for your donations. And sometimes I'm using it the same way that a dentist would, with the tip of it. And sometimes I'm using it more like a clay sculpting tool, kind of pulling sediment away from fossils. And then sometimes you also see me using a natural bristle paintbrush. I don't want to use plastic bristles because the oil will actually eventually degrade those bristles and they'll kind of melt a little bit, which isn't good for anybody.
You want hog's hair or camel hair.
Strategy to preserve not only the delicate bones, but also the matrix itself. It's filled with valuable microfossils.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna pour that chemical solvent in there. So this particular one is a Novec 73DE, and so that's a chemical degreaser.
The solvent dissolves the asphalt and leaves behind treasures.
This one is the end of a tibiotarsus, or a drumstick. This one's bigger than a chicken. And we also have plant fossils as well.
Once the matrix is collected and surrounding sediment is cleared.
So I should be able to just kind of gently release the fossil from this tangle.
And holy cow, I really do think that is. That looks like maybe a young Smilodon, and that might be the sagittal crest right here that runs along the midline of the skull around the back. It really does look like that. I could well be wrong, but I don't... Again, I'm not a mammal guy, but it really does look like that's what it is.
And send it on to the laboratory.
Where preparators will put in even more hours into this one saber-toothed cat skull.
Yeah. Tremendous amount of work.
The skull is shelf stable. Preparators start with a more meticulous asphalt removal.
I would say that this could probably take me up to 10 hours in total to complete.
Stephanie uses more degreaser and a collection of cotton swabs, foam applicators, brushes, and picks to surface clean the skull.
When we have areas where there is jagged bone exposed, we prefer to use the foam tip applicators because there's no grabbing of fibers that could damage the fossil or transfer too much fiber onto the fossil. It's very much like painting almost.
The asphalt.
Hey, a dinosaur!
Ella Rain, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. You're the first person ever to trigger that new alert there, Ella Rain. Congratulations. And welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. You love Ross, lol. That wasn't Ross. That was Jerry Seinfeld, Ella Rain, but welcome anyway. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Different white male sitcom star. White male American 90s sitcom star. But yeah. Anywho. It's great to have you here. Yeah. And Delta Rain, any relation to Ella Rain there? I wonder. Anyway, welcome Ella Rain. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Good stuff. And no worries, Ellaraine. No worries. Pseudo-Alurus, welcome to Paleontologizing yourself. It's great to have you here. Pseudo-Alurus. Alurus. What does that mean? That name rings a bell to me. Something to do with pandas? Or not raccoons. Alurus. Aluraporta. Fake cat. There you go. Yeah. What's the genus and species name for a giant panda? It's Ilurapoda no, Leucocephalus is a bald eagle. Ilurapoda melunaluca. But what does that name actually mean? Yeah. It means cat foot, white, and black, right? Yeah. Etymology. Here we go. That's what I want. In Chinese, spotted bear, bamboo bear. That's a great name, actually, bamboo bear. Because it is a bear. Literally is a bear, and it eats bamboo. But what does the Latin name mean? Anyway, we're spending too much time on this. But anyway. Yeah. Ellaraine says, I look here often, never just spoke up and somehow was not following. Well, welcome, Ellaraine. Thank you for your follow. I appreciate that tremendously. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Yeah. And Ilurapoda Catfoot. There you go. Thank you, Nell. Yeah. Giantus Pandus. This is Booty Raider. The second name should not be capitalized, though. If it's going to be a true Latin binomial. And scary printer sounds. Uh-oh. Thank you for the follow. I encountered some of those earlier on our 3D printer before it went haywire. And I had to shut it off. So welcome, scary printer sounds. I respect your namesake very much, and it spurs me into action on the regular. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. And Pseudo-Alurus is that an actual taxon of ancient critter there? It totally is. Holy cow. An ancient cat. A Miocene cat. Very cool. Although it's a paraphyletic grade. Really? Wait, what? Ancestor to Mycaridonts and Pro-Ilurus. Interesting. Anyway. Sorry, I don't mean to blow up your spot there, Pseudo-Alurus, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. A broken printer. There you go, scary printer sounds. Luckily, my printer is not broken. It just acts up, as all 3D printers do. And Pseudo-Alurus, what do you work on? You're a paleontologist too? Holy cow, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. What's your research interest? I mostly work on functional morphology of dinosaurs. Kind of low-hanging research fruit. I'm working on the feeding ecology of Spinosaurids right now. And Ankylosaurids as well. Ankylosaurians. Yeah. Let's see. Not working about now? Okay, yeah, well, cool. It's great to have you here, Pseudo-Alurus. It's... Holy cow. Wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for the follow. Thank you for saying hello. Yeah. So yeah. Here, let's continue our video about something that I don't know very much about. The tar pits at Brea. All these Pleistocene mammals. I'm a dinosaur guy. I never worked on Pleistocene mammals, but let's watch some experts, some preparators, clean these fossils.
Permanently stains the fossil a deep brown.
You will notice that as I work through this, the tool itself is changing color and becoming darker.
Yes,
Now,
indeed.
Our goal isn't to deep clean the specimen. It's to prevent deterioration over time. So some debris stays behind.
We leave the internal matrix in the skull because it provides structural support and stability.
If a fossil is damaged or comes out of the pit in pieces, it can be fixed.
So this is
Look
the
at that
canine
tooth.
from
Ah,
Box 9.
beautiful.
And we prepared this bit in September last year and sent it through to collections. And then in May this year, we found the tip. And when we put it in there, it was like a puzzle piece. So this is the low.
And oh no, Nader Fiend. Nader Fiend, ask me that in a minute when we're done with this video, and I'll give you an earful. About 65. I even made a little parody trailer for it, which I think you'll enjoy. Nader Fiend, you've seen this already, haven't you? Oh boy.
Lower jaw or dentary of a young direwolf that we have over here.
She uses a little adhesive and sometimes Japanese kozo paper to secure and stabilize the broken bits.
So
wait, what was that? I've never heard of this before used in paleontological prep work. Kozo paper?
And sometimes Japanese kozo paper to secure and stabilize the broken bits.
So
that's new to me. Wait, what? Huh.
The kozo paper is a Japanese archival paper. You'll notice that I tore it, and we want to have these fibers. Think of when you walk into a spider web. It just feels like it's everywhere. They migrate and
with that
then
extra
catch
surface
onto the
area.
specimen and really anchor well onto it.
And the final
Whoa.
step is
Wait,
covering
what?
the entire specimen in the same adhesive used for repairs. This seals and protects the organic material. If somewhere down the line a researcher needs to access that material,
Because we use acetone, it makes.
So what she's using is PVA glue right there. That's what's being like dropped onto the surface here. This is PVA glue. This is like Vinac or Bootvar or Acryloid, like I used this past summer with the Utah Geological Survey crew. This is really, really cool. So this is just like a temporary, you know, little splint that's made over the fossil, and it's all archival. If they want to get rid of that, they just put some more acetone over the top of it. They dissolve it, and then they can get to that original break. That's really cool.
adhesive used for repairs. This
Very
seals
neat.
and protects the organic material. If somewhere down the
Genius.
line a researcher needs to access that material,
Because we use acetone, it makes the whole process reversible.
Reversibility is one of the, you know, our key foundational principles
Spared no expense.
in fossil preparation.
Nell gifted a tier 1 sub
Nell,
to
thank you for that gift to SV
Brea
Harkin. I really appreciate that,
27
Nell.
subs in the channel.
Thank you, thank you. Rizudego says, isn't acetone hard on the fossil? Not at all. No, it just evaporates. You know, acetone is nail polish remover. It's the same thing. It's not particularly hard on your nails. It's not particularly hard on a fossil either, you know? So yeah. Reversibility, being able to reverse what you've done on a fossil specimen is extremely important. I've never used this on a dinosaur fossil. What was it? Japanese what paper? Kozo. Japanese archival paper. Never used that before. Archival means that it won't degrade over time. Very, very cool. Yeah.
after preparation,
The specimen there gets its own individual catalog number and then forms part of our already amazing collection that spans over 3.5 million specimens.
Very cool.
We have somewhere in the nature of at least 2,500 saber-toothed cats.
And holy cow, it's Emily Lindsay. Emily Lindsay used to be at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. I'll show you a video in a minute of my of there, where I used to work. I was just visiting there yesterday. Right before stream, I was at UCMP in Berkeley. But Emily Lindsay worked on sloths and other Pleistocene mammals at UCMP. I've worked with her before. Holy cow, that's really cool.
So for instance, all of these drawers here are full of nothing but left upper arm bones of saber-toothed cats from just one of our about 130 deposits.
Very cool.
Saber-toothed cats, the La Brea collection contains around 4 million specimens from the last 50,000 years. And the biggest extinction event since the dinosaurs, the Ice Age extinctions, ramped up 12,000 years ago.
The majority of large mammals on Earth disappeared during this time. It's been really hard to figure out exactly when, because we just don't have enough fossils.
These bountiful tar pits are an exception.
This is the only place on Earth where we have a time transgressive record over a 40,000 year period of many of these species. And this allows us to do research that you can't really do at any other fossil site.
Along with the when, researchers can answer questions about why species went extinct too.
So 4 million years, that is an incredibly large collection, Triceratops. Yes, indeed. This is one of the largest fossil collections on Earth. Really, really extraordinary. And more data means you can answer more questions. You can run more studies. This is beautiful. What an incredible, incredible facility here that allows us to do really, really cool science.
Was it lack of water sources? Was it an area getting too hot or too cold?
Was it human overhunting?
Increase in fire? Was it something to do with the arrival of humans on the landscape?
Some unique specimens can tell us about an entire species' behavior, almost entirely on their own. Take this elderly saber-toothed cat with hip dysplasia. The fact that it exists at all
is an indication that this species was probably social, because individuals with injuries or pathologies like this probably wouldn't have been able to hunt for themselves and probably relied on a social group
or a family group to support them. That's pretty incredible. That basically saber-toothed cats like this may have had, a society where they could take care of not just the young, but also the old, the infirm. That's pretty cool. This is not nature red in tooth and claw, as you might imply, or infer from those, enormous canine teeth there. This is a group of animals that cared about each other and took care of one another, even if they were old and they couldn't hunt anymore. Even the elderly, the ones with displaced hips like that. That's pretty extraordinary, How cool is that? That, I know it's not a long time ago. This is only like 12,000 years ago. But these fossils like this can tell these stories. That's pretty incredible, if you ask me. That's really, really cool. And, yeah. And thank you, Moo Hoodles. How you doing, Moo? Welcome back. Good to see you here. So, yeah. It's a lot older than you, Mayor Space. It is true. Yeah. And young fossils, you can use carbon dating on these fossils because they're younger than like 50,000 years. So yeah. Anyway, really, really neat. Yeah.
Entire species' behavior, almost entirely on their own. Take this elderly saber-toothed cat with hip dysplasia. The fact that it exists at all
is an indication that this species was probably social, because individuals with injuries or pathologies.
You know what? Shoot, I want to say, actually, Emily Lindsay, I want to find records of this, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, holy cow. So I used to work at UCMP at Berkeley. The University of California Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley. And when I was a senior in high school, I decided that I would hold a solo art exhibition and auction at my school as a fundraiser for the Museum of Paleontology, where I was volunteering in at the time. And there were a few paleontologists who showed up to that, one of whom gave a talk, and that... I'm just realizing now, this is like... I won't tell you how many years ago this was, but it was Emily Lindsay who gave that talk. That's... She came to my rinky-dink little school and talked about fossils of the Pleistocene of the Bay Area. And that was really, really neat. We ought to have her as an interviewee here on this channel at some point. And I really wish to thank her for that. I was just a dumb kid at the time, you know? And she really came through, and major kudos to Dr. Emily Lindsay. Holy moly. Yeah, a science communicator. There you go, SB Harkin. Yes, indeed. So, yeah. In fact, do I follow her on Twitter now? Twitter might be the world's best platform for getting in contact with paleontologists. Let's see. Shoot. Sloth, maybe? Is it? I follow a few sloth researchers. Nope. Let's see here. Here's her page right here. And it's with an EY for Lindsay. Okay. Maybe she's not on Twitter. Or there's a gnat flying around. I don't think she actually has a Twitter profile, I guess. Okay. But here she is here. Yeah. She works on sloths and other critters. That's her there on the right. And, yeah. Kudos to her for supporting my dumb little enterprise that I did, raising money for the museum back when I was in high school. And, yeah, wonderful to see her again. Holy cow. Yeah. Very, very cool. Holy cow. Blast from the past right here. That's Emily Lindsay, you know, talking about saber-toothed cats and
about an entire species behavior, almost entirely on their own. Take this elderly saber-toothed cat with hip dysplasia.
Very cool.
That it exists at all
is an indication that this species was probably social, because individuals with injuries or pathologies like this probably wouldn't have been able to hunt for themselves. And
this is not survival of the fittest. This is not only the strong survive. This is critters taking care of each other, caring about one another. Saber-toothed cats looking out for the weak or the infirm in their communities and taking care of them, making sure that they survive. This is pretty extraordinary.
Probably relied on a social group or a family group to support them.
Yeah.
While the lab pieces together specimens, collections pieces together data.
Understanding what sort of processes might have been happening during the last major extinction event could be really important for helping us to weather some of these.
Dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones.
Phone, thank you.
What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Phone, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah.
Last major extinction event could be really important for helping us to weather some of these unprecedented in kind of human history impacts that we're experiencing. And there is basically no more important question to be asking today.
Yeah.
Knowing how how creatures
True.
lived amidst climate change in the past might help humans learn to navigate extreme conditions in the future, like wildfires or droughts. In this case,
There you
the
go.
more we have, the more we know.
Yep.
And there are no plans to stop digging anytime soon.
Beautiful. Very, very cool. Those are the tar pits at La Brea. The excavations at La Brea. Tar, it's actually asphalt. Pits, it's, you know, excavations. And anyway, yeah. But anyway, good stuff. Yeah, and Triceratops' survival of the compassionate. It's a very nice and warming idea. It's not just an idea, that's reality. Triceratops. Absolutely. Yeah. That's the story of humanity. You know, that's how we, as human beings, have been able to survive for roughly, what? Close to 1 million years now? It's through compassion. Not through ruthless self-interest. That's nonsense. Societies collapse and fall through that ideology. It is through compassion and cooperation, collectivism, looking out for one another and making sure that we care for those that we care about. That's how we as humans manage to survive through cataclysms and through everyday life. That's also how saber-toothed cats were able to survive back in the Pleistocene, too.
Believing the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Nell, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Speaking of compassion and mutual support there, appreciate that, Nell. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Very cool, Nell. Yeah, you go visit La Brea. It'll be really cool. Just make sure that you're there not on a... Is it Tuesday or Monday? Figure out which day the museum is closed and don't show up on that day. Because I made that mistake back when I was visiting with Lordy back in the summer of 2021. Both the Los Angeles County Museum of Natural History with all the dinosaurs and the George C. Page Museum were closed on the same day.
Because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Petrodactylus, thank you for the 8 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 8 months. Beautiful. Anyway, yeah, Lordy and I, when we were doing our big tour of Western U.S. museums, we showed up. I had to choose. Both the museums were closed the same day. The museum in downtown Los Angeles, the Los Angeles County Museum, and the George C. Page Museum at La Brea, they were closed the same day. And so we visited the pits themselves on Monday, and then on Tuesday we went to, when they were open, the Los Angeles County Museum, or something like that. Anyway, choose which day wisely, Nell, when you're visiting. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, did I see Lordy up here in chat? Lordy, did you show up? I'm looking for you. Oh, good Russian folk song here right now. Yeah, what is this? It's not Kalinka. What is this? Maybe it is Kalinka. I don't know. Anyway, if you're familiar with Russian folk music, tell me the title of this song that this is covering. Petrodactylus, how are you doing? Thank you for the 8 months. I really appreciate you. And did you miss the Yutyrannus dinosaur deep dive? We haven't even done it yet, Murph. Holy cow. We'll have to do that, and then we'll do Pinacosaurus for Claire Burr as well. And it's Katyusha? Thank you, Nell. Okay, cool. Anyway, if Lordy is here, hello, Lordy. How are you doing? Welcome back, Lordy. It's good to see you. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Now, not all of the fossils from La Brea are at the museum in Los Angeles. Here we go. Some of them are in Berkeley, California. And holy cow, how does this video only have 100 views? This is where I was at yesterday. So, yeah, I was visiting our Triceratops specimens at UCMP yesterday at my old stomping grounds. This is the museum that I volunteered at when I was in high school, growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And, yeah. Check this out. UC Berkeley News.
This is a femur. This is the upper leg bone.
There's Mark Goodwin there, dinosaur paleontologist.
Smilodon is the state fossil of California, otherwise known as the saber-toothed cat.
Saber-toothed cat.
An idea when you have these long bones of the size of the skeleton, the size of this animal, and it was one of the major, carnivores in the Rancho La Brea fauna.
Yeah, holy cow.
I'm the assistant director for research and collections in the UC Museum.
Yeah.
When I first came to Berkeley, one of the first things I did was come to Sather Tower because I wanted to get a view. And I took the elevator up to the observation deck. Honestly, I didn't know there were fossils in bones. I was speechless when I walked into these floors in my first visits.
My name's Lisa
Just
White.
nuts.
I'm the Assistant Director for
very
Education
cool.
and Public Programs
There's Lisa.
here at the Museum of Paleontology. The fossils are here mostly because it was overflow. It was a convenient place to store fossils. There was a lot of space and...
Before, shoot, I think it was before there was actually an official paleontology museum established at Berkeley. Sather Tower, which is the big, the big clock tower on campus, kind of the centerpiece of campus, the icon of UC Berkeley. This was a storage spot for fossils before there was even a Museum of Paleontology established, which is really, really cool, Yeah, fossils have been in here for, probably since the late 1800s. It's pretty incredible. Yeah. So yeah, here's Lisa talking about that.
Museum of Paleontology. The fossils are here mostly because it was overflow. It was a convenient place to store fossils. There was a lot of space, and when I reflect on what the campanile means to different units on campus, for the Museum of Paleontology, there's the connection with the fossils here. And so while the campus is celebrating the centennial, we delight in taking part as well.
So the campanile, I think it's an Italian word. That is the name for this vertical bell tower like this, which actually has a carillon at the top. A carillon is like a very obscure kind of instrument. It's almost like a cross between a bell choir and an organ, a pipe organ. You play the keys and then it rings the bells. It's very, very cool. There's very few of them still extant in the world. And one of them, an actual working carillon, is up at the top of Sather Tower, the campanile, at Berkeley. And Gabrielle says, exactly, Italian for bell tower. There you go.
This room is kind of special because it really hasn't changed very much since the fossils were put in here.
True.
In 1913. You have horses and camels and saber-toothed cats.
From La Brea.
Which is the scientific name for the American lion. Giant ground sloths. Birds, including condors.
There's a coyote skeleton right here, like complete. From La Brea. Very cool.
And vultures. Tusks from giant...
There's an ichthyosaur skull cast, or replica. It's not the actual ichthyosaur skull. But, yeah.
Elephants that
that's kind of an odd one out. All the rest of this stuff is Pleistocene.
10,000 years ago and up to about 6,000 or 7,000 years ago on the Channel Islands.
They're from right here in California, and even if you're from Northern California, you can understand that downtown Los Angeles now looks quite urban. But when you show
quite urban. I mean, look at that. They ruined it. This used to be a beautiful meadow filled with all of these amazing megafaunal mammals. You had mastodons and mammoths and ground sloths and camels and direwolves, saber-toothed cats and glyptodonts all walking around through here doing their thing. And nowadays it's all just like buildings and, you know, oh goodness, Chevy Malibus and Ford Escapes driving around spewing out carbon emissions. It used to be very cool place to see mammals. Holy cow. Now it's, you know, Dodge Darts and Mazda Miatas. Ugh.
Pictures of what downtown LA looked like 40,000
There you
years
go.
ago.
Yeah.
These natural tar seeps and these large animals roaming around. It gives
Very
an
cool.
entirely different perspective on life in California.
Horses and camels and mammoths would get trapped in the tar. You'd have these carnivores coming over, and then they would...
So we had the question earlier, why is this area so full of fossils? Well, part of it is that it's a natural predator trap. The majority of the fossils that we have here are from Smilodon, and especially Canis dirus, the dire wolf. So maybe, say, a big mastodon or a mammoth walks in and gets stuck in a tar pit. And then it dies there, and then there's this, to carnivorous mammals, this wonderful smell of rotting flesh. It wafts through the air and draws them from far and wide. And then they come to eat this, and they're walking around eating, and then they get stuck. And then, holy cow, more rotting flesh. And then other carnivorous mammals smell that, and they walk over, and they eat, and then they get stuck. And then there's more rotting flesh. This is what we call a natural predator trap. Or maybe more accurate would be scavenger trap. But anyway, meat-eating animals would all get stuck here because they all come here to eat this free meal, and then they get stuck, and then they become part of the free meal. And then other carnivores come over to eat the free meal, and then they become the free meal. You see how this works? There you go.
Get trapped. Yeah, we have a lot of fossils in here. I mean, this is like wolves are us.
Wolves are us.
You can see these skulls here. This is the dire wolf.
Mark, yeah.
Big carnivores in the fauna, very abundant. Horses and camels evolved.
So Canis dirus, not just very abundant, the most common mammal in the tar pits at La Brea. You know? Holy cow, and RLB means Rancho La Brea. Rancho La Brea. The ranch of the tar, as the original term was. Anyway, it was originally like a ranch that these fossils were found on. Today, this is like downtown Los Angeles, but back in the day, this was a ranch. Rancho La Brea. And there is a specimen number, 24345. I bet you these now have several digits afterwards, because there have been so many more specimens found. But these are from, like, the early 20th century, you know?
The big carnivores in the fauna, very abundant. Horses and camels evolved in North America. This is a camel skull.
Look at that camel skull.
Brea tar pits. This is the big saber-toothed cat, or tiger, if you will. Just the canine is broken off here, but it would extend about like this. So in order to open its jaw, you have to have a lot of movement.
Look at that.
Just a dusty old room, even though it has that look, it's actually used. There's ongoing research on global climate change, for example. You have to look at the past. That's why fossils are important. To get
Yes,
an idea
indeed.
of the amount of change that has occurred. There's no better place where you can get the best picture, the best window. You can open up that window with these fossils.
Very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. La Brea, one of the world's greatest fossil sites, in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. How crazy is that? Pretty cool. So yeah. Anyway, let's get into those dinosaur deep dives now. We had one from somebody about Yutyrannus, and then we had Claire's for Pinacosaurus. So let's get into Yutyrannus real quick here. Let us see. Here. Do we have any videos on Yutyrannus, perhaps? Yutyrannus is the largest feathered dinosaur that we yet have. And looks like most of these are going to be garbage clickbait videos. I don't think any of these are going to be halfway decent. So let's just talk a little bit about Yutyrannus. So Yutyrannus, oh, that's beautiful. Holy cow. I would love to have a model of this. You can buy it, apparently. From PNSO. Yutyrannus is the largest dinosaur that we have that's got definitive evidence of feathers, to my knowledge. I don't think Dinosaurus does, or else Dinosaurus would take that cake. But Yutyrannus is a big old feathered tyrannosauroid. So this is from the same broad group that T-Rex is from, Tyrannosauroids. This is a big, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaur, but unlike T-Rex, who has fairly short forelimbs, with only 2 fingers on each hand, Yutyrannus has got long, fairly muscular forelimbs, with 3 fingers on each hand, which is much more typical for a meat-eating dinosaur. Really, really cool. Yeah. And I don't think we actually have direct evidence of Dinosaurus' feathers, Dr. Terra. Or else I would say that. Yeah. We do have a little video clip. Let's see. Here, we'll go back to that. Right here. Here we go.
3 years after the first Jurassic Park movie was released, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first
time. Sinosauropteryx.
It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these primitive feathers. The animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing, and in fine-grained sediment.
Yep,
It turned out
exactly
that
what we
this part
got
of
in
China,
Liaoning.
Liaoning province saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago, which
Yep.
provided these very conditions. And more than 30 feathered dinosaur species have been unearthed there and in some other places since 1996.
Including Yutyrannus.
Fuzzy dinosaurs were
Yeah.
mostly two-legged meat eaters, part of a group that's closely related to birds in the dinosaur family tree. That
Yep.
group includes many of the dinosaurs featured in the Jurassic Park movies.
Gallimimus.
These guys probably had feathers of some sort for insulation or decoration.
Yep. Talked
that
about this
includes
yesterday, I think.
Jurassic Park
They had
3
feathers,
sort of
too.
nodded to the new research by giving them a little bit of a hairdo, but their feathers probably looked more like this.
Yeah,
The
there you go.
fossil from the Gobi Desert revealed bumps on the forearm, similar to the winged. What about
Anyway,
T-Rex?
we got that.
There's no direct evidence, but a few years ago, scientists
Yutyrannus!
found a 4-foot dinosaur with some feathers, the biggest.
Yes, indeed, the biggest feathered dinosaur found thus far. There are other dinosaurs that would have had feathers, like, for instance, Dinosaurus, Gigantoraptor, other dinosaurs that would have been bigger that would have had feathers. This is the largest dinosaur for whom we actually have fossilized feathers of, though. The largest dinosaur for whom we actually have fossil, like, we've got the feathers in the fossil record there. You know, other dinosaurs, Gigantoraptor, Dinosaurus, you know, a big Therizinosaurs would have had feathers too. But this guy, we actually have the feathers from, and this is much bigger than an elephant bird. Now, holy cow, this is much, much bigger.
Yet so far.
Yeah.
Yutyrannus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why Yutyrannus is so exciting, is because, well, from a pop cultural perspective, everybody loves T-Rex. Everybody loves T-Rex, you know? Yutyrannus is from the same group as Tyrannosaurus. It is a Tyrannosauroid. Here's Yutyrannus right here. There we go. The name means feathered tyrant, which is a beautiful name. One of the all-time great names in dinosaur paleontology, if you ask me. It delivers what it promises. Holy cow, is that a great name. Proceratosaurid Tyrannosauroid dinosaur. There you go. And there are some of those fossils. It's remarkably complete, actually. Like, really, really beautiful. Just absolutely gorgeous. Look at these fossils. Absolutely exquisite. You can see the teeth there, coming off the maxilla. And the dentary teeth are obscured, but I'm sure if you CAT scan it, you can see it. That might even be a furcula right there, a wishbone. It really looks like a furcula. And then you've got the rest of the skeleton back there. Truly exquisite. Yeah. Currently the largest known carnivorous dinosaur specimens that preserve direct evidence of feathers. There you go. Yeah. Very cool. So yeah. Yutyrannus is known from 3 nearly complete fossil specimens, an adult, a subadult, and a juvenile. And you've got a fantastic spread there. Holy cow. We can learn about dinosaur ontogeny there too.
Ontogeny.
There you go. Claire Burr and Lenina right on cue. Yeah. Ontogeny, by the way, for those of you not familiar with this, it's when creatures, in this case dinosaurs, grew up from hatchling to adult.
Ontogeny.
That's that process, ontogeny. The changes that they undergo there. Not evolution, but ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. So yeah, dinosaurs evolve like all creatures. They evolve through the generations. Evolution only occurs from generation to generation. When a creature changes throughout its individual lifespan, like when you, Deer Chatter, grew up from a fetus to an infant to a toddler to a child to an adult, that's ontogeny. You're maturing throughout your lifespan. That's ontogeny. And the study of dinosaurs doing that is extremely important, because a lot of dinosaurs changed a tremendous amount to the point where we used to think that they were, it's like, oh yeah, we've got 3 different dinosaurs that look very similar to each other. It's crazy that these 3 very similar looking species lived in the same environment. It's like, nope. Those are 3 members of the same species, just at different growth stages. Juvenile, subadult, and adult. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, very cool that we have this for Yutyrannus. 3 different growth stages. We've got 3 specimens, 3 different growth stages. Couldn't have happened better if, you know, if I'd wished for it on a magic star or whatever. I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, anyway, very, very cool. So the feathers in Yutyrannus were long, up to 20 centimeters, almost 8 inches, and filamentous. Filamentous means like long and hair-like, like a long filament. Because the quality of the preservation was low, it's good enough to have feathers preserved, but it's not ideal. It could not be established whether the filaments were simple or compound, broad or narrow. Interesting. The feathers covered various parts of the body. They are present on the pelvis and near the foot. This other specimen had feathers on the tail pointing backwards under an angle of 30 degrees with the tail axis. The smallest specimen showed 20 centimeter long, 8-inch feathers on the neck, and 6-inch feathers on the upper arm. While it has been known since 2004, upon the description of Dilong, that at least some tyrannosaurids possessed filamentous stage 1 feathers. According to the feather topology of Richard Prum, Yutyrannus is currently the largest known species of dinosaur with direct evidence of feathers. 40 times heavier than the previous record holder, Paleontologizing. Very, very cool. Oh yeah. Really neat. But again, we only have 3 specimens of this critter, and the preservation is not great, so we know they had feathers. But how much of their bodies did the feathers actually cover? You know? We don't really know yet. We need better fossils. And you can bet your boots that there will be more Yutyrannus fossils out there in the Yixian Formation of Liaoning Province, China. And I eagerly await the day when we have more specimens of Yutyrannus showing us the full extent of its feathering, giving us more clues about the feathers that these animals had and what they looked like. So yeah, much to learn about Yutyrannus. So thank you for whoever submitted that dinosaur deep dive there. I appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah. And Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, how are you doing? Yeah. There's a decent chance that young Tyrannosaurus would have had feathers. I agree with you on that, I think. Yeah. But yeah, whether or not the males or females had them, I don't know. So Tyrannosaurus changed a tremendous amount through ontogeny. Here we go. Feel free to use that sound command. Here's a lovely graphic from Saurian.
Ontogeny.
There we go.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Here, give me just a second here. Here we go. So anyway, from a small juvenile to a larger juvenile to a even larger juvenile to an adult, they had a huge growth spurt between these. But anyway, these are dinosaurs that would be inhabiting different niches as they're growing up and maturing. They're eating different things, probably living in slightly different environments. They've got a different lifestyle than the adults. I would not be surprised at all if young Tyrannosaurus like this or this had a feathery covering on their bodies like their ancestors did. And then maybe that was later lost in adult Tyrannosaurus. We don't really know. We've got very patchy fossils of Tyrannosaurus skin from adult T-Rex. I think from somewhere near the neck and then near the thigh. I don't remember the details exactly. But that shows scaly skin. That's not the whole of the animal, you know? The entirety of the animal, the majority of it is still unknown. Its surface area. Adult Tyrannosaurus, maybe it had a fringe of feathers that ran along its sagittal plane, along kind of the fringe of the back there, like a mohawk. We really don't know. We really don't know at this point. So again, we need more fossils, as we always do. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Anyway, and Sergeant Raccoon, I've not published this. It's not on Spinosaurus itself. It's on Spinosaurs, this whole group in general. Sergeant Raccoon and I made some really good progress on that this weekend. It will be published, hopefully. I'll have it submitted for publication. Submitted to the journal for publication before I leave for the field this summer. So in a matter of a few short months here. So yeah. But I'm working on it. But yeah, very Italian. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. You paying any attention to the news about the woolly mammoth? Very Italian. Not really. Was this about the thing that, like, oh yeah, in 4 months we'll have resurrected woolly 4 years we'll have resurrected woolly mammoths? They said that 4 years ago, and 4 years before that, and 4 years before that, and 4 years before that, going all the way back to the early 1990s. I don't know. We do have a video that we might watch if we have time, which we're kind of running out of time. We might do it tomorrow. On the resurrection of the dodo, potentially. The famous dodo bird. driven to extinction through human selfishness and stupidity. But yeah, we might watch that tomorrow. And actually, that might be really lovely for Thursday Birds Day. So yeah. So yeah, anywho. Yeah. But welcome, Very Italian. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And man, I really, really wish that we could have resurrected woolly mammoths. That would be incredibly cool. Holy cow. Oh man, I eagerly await that day. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And did I 3D print more dinosaurs? You tell me, Sergeant Raccoon. It's been a while, hasn't it? We've got a lovely baby Triceratops right here who's not done yet. We're still missing the posterior ribs and the transverse processes on the tail vertebrae and cervical ribs on the neck. I'm still working on that critter, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. The zoo exhibit line to see the woolly mammoth would be 20 miles long. There you go, Very Italian. Yes, indeed. There you go. And you know who would be first in line? Well, I don't know. Somebody would probably hire line sitters to sit first in line, but I'd be near the front of the line to see this critter. You know? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Do I think I could 3D print an adult T-Rex skeleton or skull? No, Rex. I've got a juvenile. This is even cooler. I've got a juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton right here, complete. Look at that. Based on a specimen I helped dig up. Chomper Rex. The world's smallest and youngest T-Rex skeleton. Isn't that cool enough? I wouldn't have any room for an adult Tyrannosaurus skull or skeleton. The skull would be more than 4 feet long. An adult skeleton would be approaching 40 feet long, at least. You know, like 13 meters. I don't have that kind of space. Who do you think I am? Holy cow. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Or the skeleton. I don't have a backyard, Rex. I rent an apartment. I don't have a backyard. Oh boy. Yeah. I wish. I wish, Rex. Holy cow. Would that be cool? But you know what? Yesterday, I got to visit an old friend of mine, the Wonkel Rex, at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. And, here she is right here. Yeah. She is beautiful here in Berkeley, California. And, so yeah, I don't know. It would cost a fortune to print something this big, you know? But I can go visit her just down the road from me in Berkeley, California. So there you go. This was yesterday morning. So yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Terra documentary trailers. I don't know if we're going to get to that today, Dr. Terra. We might have to cover that tomorrow because I also have a deep dive for Claire that we got to do. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, why don't we get to that now, by the way? Sleepy Mario, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, let's talk about Pinacosaurus. And is it Pinacosaurus grangeri? Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Really appreciate that, Anonymous Gifter. Thank you, thank you. Raven Impulse, enjoy that gift sub. I hope you appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. And Rex says, is Sue still considered the largest Tyrannosaur, or did another T-Rex dethrone her? I would still say, yeah, she's probably the biggest just because she's complete. But the Canadians, like Scott Persons, had another Tyrannosaurus specimen nicknamed Scotty. Claimed that that was bigger, but it's based on very fragmentary materials, so yeah, I don't know, you know? Sue is the most complete the largest semi-complete Tyrannosaurus. So yeah. Anyway. Pinacosaurus. We are now redeeming for Claire Burr, which is one of the best known of the ankylosaurids. Very cool critter. Really, really neat animal. Pinacosaurus. So, this is a Mongolian ankylosaur from the late Cretaceous of Mongolia, Asia. This is a dinosaur that we know a great deal about. Excuse me. Apologies. There's some sneezes came on fast. But, you know, a decent portrayal of this animal would probably be in, not there. Ugh, garbage. This. The PNSO model of Pinacosaurus. Very, very cool. Exquisitely well detailed. Just beautiful. And these two are garbage compared to this. This guy almost looks like he's got the same hat that I wear in the field. Is that supposed to be, not Ray Arnold, but, what's his name? From Jurassic Park. Anyway, he's got the digger hat, the Australian slouch hat. Yeah. And is it related to Gastonia? It's distantly related to Gastonia now. Yeah. Muldoon, Robert Muldoon. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Yes, indeed. Clever girl. But Pinacosaurus. Yeah. Really, really cool critter. So as a Mongolian ankylosaur, man, we've probably got tremendously good data on this critter. I'm just kind of diving into ankylosaurs recently. I've got some ankylosaur research that I'm working on with world ankylosaur expert Jim Kirkland. We're presenting a project in June at a conference in Utah. But yeah, the first remains of Pinacosaurus were found in 1923, and the type species Pinacosaurus grangeri. This was named after Walter Granger, who was the chief paleontologist on the Central Asiatic expeditions in the 20s. This was named in 1933. Holy cow. See, it took 10 years in between the initial discovery and the publication of this animal. So there you go. And yes, Walt R. Granger. There you go, Walter Buck. Yeah. At least 24 Pinacosaurus skeletons have been found. Possibly more than of any other ankylosaur. So possibly the best known ankylosaur in the entire world. So Claire Burr, you chose well there. Very nice. Yeah. These predominantly consist of juveniles, which is also very exciting. Adult fossils have not been found in groups. So this is the thing, is that we think that a lot of younger dinosaurs would have hung out together in groups when they were young, and then later they split off and became more solitary as they reach adulthood. At least that's kind of what the accumulations of these fossils seem to suggest. So yeah, I picked it because of the Syrinx find. We talked about that maybe while you were gone, Claire Burr, but yeah, very cool. Pinacosaurus is really neat. And you can call it Pinacosaurus if you'd like, Nell. but it's called Pinacosaurus, you know? And no worries, Claire. I know you had a power outage or something, right, Claire? It's great to have you back. I'm glad you're here again. Yeah. Very, very cool. So here, excavating a mass grave of juvenile Pinacosaurus. Skull of one of the fossils at Bayon-Manduhu at the Gobi Desert in 1988. Very cool. This might be the Polish-Mongolian expeditions of the 1980s. Very cool. Yeah. And look at that beautiful juvenile skull. Just gorgeous. And very Italian, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. Yeah, babies. Look at that. Look at that. Just beautiful. Yeah. Very, very cool. And we've got another species of Pinacosaurus. I know that's not Claire Burr specified Pinacosaurus grangeri, right? But here is Pinacosaurus Mephistocephalus. What a metal name. Very nice. Yeah. Anyway, here's how big Pinacosaurus would be compared to a human person mammal right there. So it's like a very big, very well-armored coffee table. You know? A coffee table that could literally knock your skull off of your neck vertebrae with the swing of its tail. It's very formidable club tail right there. Holy cow. So yeah, don't mess with these critters. Really, really neat. There's a skull of Pinacosaurus grangeri. Gorgeous. And there's a lovely life restoration. Oh, this is exquisite. Really, really nice. I gotta scoot that even further to the right. Here we go. Just like American politics, unfortunately. There it is. Beautiful rendering of this animal. Holy cow. The walking cafeteria table. You would not want to eat lunch off of this animal. Not even with the popular kids. Very Italian. Very cool. Must have lived on the open plain with that coloring. Freya's Fury remembers our talking about counter shading from yesterday. These critters probably did. They're probably not living in dense forests. But yeah. Yeah. Very cool, isn't it? Pinacosaurus, such a neat animal. Very, very cool. Yeah. And here is... Well, we'll ignore the skull, because the skull is actually from a different ankylosaur. But, check that out. Very cool. Pinacosaurus. Ankylosaurs are intensely interesting animals. And, yeah, here's a Pinacosaurus sticking its tongue out at you. There you go. And Big Room, welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Yeah. This is like the KISS logo, but with Pinacosaurus. That's lovely. Blep. Yes, indeed. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Pinacosaurus. What a cool critter. Claire Burr, thank you for redeeming this dinosaur here. Really, really neat. If you'd like to read more about it, here's a link. I want to make this as frictionless as possible. So yeah, read more about this critter. Really, this looks like a really well-written Wikipedia article. Really excellent. And I would love to get Jim Kirkland's take on Pinacosaurus. This is, as one of the better-known ankylosaurs, Jim has probably read all about this critter and knows all about it. And Man, it would be great to do some streams with Jim Kirkland this summer if we can get him to agree to that. Talking about some of these different ankylosaurs and what makes them so special. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And no, Claire, Jim's not going to make a Twitch account. He's a busy guy. He's the state paleontologist of Utah. He's not going to make a Twitch account, you know? I'm lucky enough to be able to interview him on stream. And one of these days, I will put those interviews up on YouTube. But yeah, anyway. With that being said, we've been going for almost 4 hours at this point. We managed to get through our dinosaur deep dives and all of our questions, and it's about time for us to wrap things up. I know oftentimes I wrap up a little bit early on Wednesdays, and that's what I'm going to do right here, too. Here's a Smilodon skull to run our credits over. We were talking about Smilodon, another Brea taxa. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. I appreciate each and every one of you. And, don't go away just yet. We're going to be raiding into somebody else doing some science on Twitch. Let's see who's online right now. Let us see here. Science Streams is on. It's been a few days since we've raided Science Streams. So we'll see what he's up to. Very cool. Yeah, I think we'll do that. And the Tao of Cats, wonderful to have you here. Thank you for being here for the stream. Thank you to everybody for your continued support, for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for your subs, for your bits, for your raids. Buttercup E and Vedator CZ, appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, everybody, for helping make this another wonderful stream. On tomorrow's stream, not only will we be doing Thursday Birds Day, but I'll be showing you a very cool bird that I met this very morning and took some video of. Lenina in blue front. I think you'll be particularly interested in this bird. But, yeah, we'll also be going over some interesting videos. We'll do those, the trailer thing, Dr. Tara, like you were talking about. It'll be a fun stream tomorrow. So I hope you join us for that at 2 p.m. California time. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go see what Science Streams is doing. Another working scientist, published researcher here on Twitch, working on ants and other critters. We'll see what he's up to. All right, bye-bye, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Thanks again. I'll see you around.
Because our friend Alex Dixon has said at some point, Raiders! Professor Danny Anduza